a well strat.
Man, it's been such a long time since I've done a Just Chat.
It's been a hot minute.
I mean, it's definitely been like a while.
Yeah, a little bit too long. Would you say? No, not really.
Lying?
Why would I be lying? I'm sitting. I'm sitting down,
Yeah.
chilling there in my chair.
Yeah. I mean, we'll go over stuff. But it's most. I think today we're just gonna do a chill stream. You know,
Chill to end off the year.
talk about some like recent ongoing events that I haven't covered in a while.
Really get caught up on the goings on.
I mean, honestly, like I just kind of ran into like walk more or less. Uh, doing like coverage.
It happens.
Just needed a little bit of a break from it. Stream.
Yeah. Do what you need to make yourself happy, my friend.
Like I've definitely stayed in the loop. Israel Palestine stuff. Uh, the ongoing genocide there. The I don't remember if I mentioned this to you or not, but ongoing genocide in Congo and or some country found oil.
Did America?
Guyana,
Yeah, I was gonna say, didn't they want to steal the oil again?
most likely gonna be CIA involved.
So the
Mm.
U.S. wanted the oil again.
And in Venezuela. Well, they found it outside of, or Guyana found it just like off their shores, right? And there was like some conflict between Guyana and Venezuela about it. U.S. decided, we're gonna be backing Guyana and stuff like that, right?
Oh,
I mean, I imagine that we're probably gonna be helping them out with that. Whatever America decides to do, we essentially follow suit with them as well. Like the only exception to that I can think of recent times was voting for a ceasefire between Israel Palestine. But yet, when it came
right.
down to like the recognition of like Palestine as its own state, we voted against it. Like for the most part, I think they're like mostly symbolic, right?
Right.
Because this way, when it came down to like voting for a ceasefire, for example, right? The federal liberals can be like, well, no, we voted for a ceasefire, right? And then like to the uh, reactionary conservatives, uh, reactionary conservative Christian Zionists, they're like, oh well, we didn't recognize Palestine as a state, so you guys can just chill or whatever, right? 'Cause, it's just mostly symbolic, right?
No, it's very strange. Yeah, I don't really.
I mean, you know, I'm a firm believer that all wars end in some form of a peace treaty, right? And the first step towards that would be ceasefire.
Well, being able to communicate with your enemy. Instead of just blindly attacking them, it would be a great idea.
Well, that's not even getting into the fact of, you know, what like high-ranking like officials, whether they be in politics or companies or whatever, don't want the same as individuals like, say, you and
Of course not. They want to grow and thrive every single step of the way, but they don't. They only want us to do it for themselves.
I. Yeah. Anyways, I've been getting a little bit sidetracked. I guess
It
start with
happens.
some shit.
The year is
It's
1986.
a little
Taiwan
start off
is
with
ruled by the dictator, Chiang
with
With some Taiwanese democracy, some democracy. One of the two.
democracy.
Democracy.
Jing-Kuo and his political party, the Kuomintang. By now, the KMT
So
has
I kind of know like the like some of the history with like China, right? How like it was one like mainland China was more or less just like uh the communists under Mao Zedong and his predecessor won, you know, that civil war and pushed all the nationalists to Taiwan, right? Like I have a
Right.
general understanding of that. I did do a little bit more learning about that, whatever, but like, do you know anything about that history or no?
No, I'm fresh in the blind of that history.
Well, I guess essentially what you need to know for Taiwan is it was essentially formed by national fascists, or like the national fascists were trying to take over mainland China, but the Communist Party pushed Taiwan, where they currently reside. And I'm not too familiar with, like, I know more about Chinese politics more than I know about Taiwan's politics. But
Fair enough.
held
happened
Taiwan
here?
with an iron fist for nearly 40 years. Yet, Taiwan is no backwater nation suffering unhinged despotic mismanagement. Here, business is booming.
Debatable.
Since the KMT took charge in 1949, GDP per capita has risen nearly 600%, elevating Taiwan from one of the world's poorest countries to one of almost middle income. Popular
I wonder why that is. I wonder why their GDP grew by 600%. You have any ideas? I know why.
Probably because of some sort of war, infighting, government corruption. I don't know.
No. The reason why is because US is very anti-communist, right? Like just the West in general. So we ended up deciding to or you know, once they were once the Communist Party of China pushed back the nationalists to Taiwan, you know, the West, like Western neoliberal democracies, gave a shit ton of money to Taiwan, right? As well as like other forms of aid.
Right. So they were just trying to push their regime.
I mean, it's the
a
same.
bit further.
It's like a similar concept after like for the ally countries minus the USSR during World War II, like after World War II,
Fair enough.
right?
support for Chiang and the KMT is deep and widespread.
We're rich, man!
And yet, on September 28th, a new political challenger arrived in Taiwan, the Democratic Progressive Party. You can probably guess how they felt about dictatorship and how Taiwan's dictator felt about them.
I just want you to know I hate you. I hate you too.
Except
love
Chiang didn't repress the DPP. Instead, within a year, he formally ended martial law on the island, unraveling the KMT's iron grip and setting in motion Taiwan's democratization, which would end in the KMT's electoral defeat and loss of power. And nobody
I mean,
forced
that's just the thing, though, right? Because, like, when it actually comes down to it, people prefer having, like, you know, more. Like, I'm not really. I gotta look up what their position was, because I'm not too. Like I said, I'm not really too Taiwan politics.
Right.
Uh,
But I mean, it is just like a natural shit for people to want, a better life for everyone rather than just the one person at the top making all the decisions. The DPP.
the DPP, that's what it.
Hmm.
Like,
Well, look, they ain't no PPC. They have two P's, but they're not in the same orientation.
here. It's a Taiwanese nationalist and center left party. So they're probably like center at most. I would imagine they're probably like around where our liberals are at.
Liberal smoothie coach mango.
Yeah, I forgot that he is asking for money.
Don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, donate if you can. Wikipedia is a great site.
Local dominance.
Hmm.
Merging against the authoritarian white terror that initiated by the KMT, as well as the promotion of Taiwanese nationalism and identity. Zai Ling-Wen? Spokesman. Incumbent president of the second member. Yeah, they're anti-communist. So I was right. They're more along the lines of like our federals.
Ah, yes, federal liberals as opposed to municipal liberals.
Well, some liberals on the municipal level and or the provincial level can actually be very progressive. Like, I'm not even joking about that. Because, like, the federal liberals and, municipal levels or liberals and even, or even, like, provincial liberals all have, like, different criteria. Right?
That's very true.
Yeah. They're progressive social liberalism with Taiwanese nationalism and anti-communism.
No.
I just find it a little bit funny that there's like center left, right?
Center left as opposed to just left.
No, if anything, I would say that they're center most off of our.
Right. Very middling. Mid at best.
Yeah.
the KMT's electoral defeat and loss of power. And nobody forced Chiang to do this, nor made his KMT successors follow in his footsteps. The DPP was a tiny, essentially insignificant clique.
I mean, I think the KMT were like worse than the DPP, right? I gotta. Yeah, they were the national center right to right wing.
Really? I wonder
Yeah.
what gave that away.
Well, like I had said, they were uh, Taiwan was founded off of like inherent Chinese nationalism.
Of course.
I honestly, I honestly think though that he is slightly better comparison to the KMT, right? But like, they're still dog shit.
Just because you painted a dog shit gold doesn't mean it's not dog shit.
I mean, when you call a liberal, a fascist bleeds. So
Of intellectuals, the KMT could have continued ruling as they had. In essence, Taiwan shouldn't be a democracy. So, why did the KMT go along with democratization, and what lessons does Taiwan's unique story hold for us?
I honestly think the reason why they went with the enforcing some form of like system of democracy is more or less just like for the illusion of choice, right? Because like we do have that illusion of choice to a certain degree here, right? Like
Well, of course.
like as an example right now, for me personally, I don't really see too many difference between the liberals and the NDP, right?
Right.
It's just more or less semantics because like I don't know if you've been paying any attention to what the NDP been doing, but they're essentially just trying to solve problems that neoliberals or neoliberalism has created, and they're trying to solve it with more neoliberalism, right? And when it comes and like another example that I can think of is like the PPC and the conservatives, right? At this point, they're like no different outside of like party color, right? So I think it's more or less just like an illusion of choice, uh, given to the Taiwanese people, or it could be more or less of a thing where they thought that they could just like steamroll, you know, the DPP. Like
They
I don't really know. Like
I don't
this is
either, but yeah, no, it's definitely something that you could like theorize about.
but
To understand Taiwan, one must first understand the party that ruled it, the Kuomintang. The KMT was founded in mainland China in the early 20th century, just as China's final imperial dynasty reached its end. By 1928, the KMT, led by Chiang Ching-kuo's father, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, was in charge of the entire country, at least on paper.
I'm the captain now.
In reality, though, the growing communist movement led an armed resistance effort from the Jinggang Mountains, and by 1931, the Japanese Empire was already seizing territory.
yeah. So one thing that I actually find really interesting about like the growing rise in of communism or of the Communist Party in China, right? Is just how are they were on the brink of like losing, right? To the nationalists,
Right.
but they tried some risky strategies and everything, and they pulled it off. They were
And
like they only had control over like it was like two like different territories in China
I see.
or some. It was a very small amount, but like essentially they had to travel like I think it was like 5 to 10 days. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it was a very long time, like through the mountains and everything to get to their other territory, all that.
Right.
in China's
And one was
northeast.
led by
At the
Mao's
same time, the
father or
KMT
grandfather, I
itself
think.
was debilitated by cronyism and
Or,
corruption, leaving the party with a
no, Xi
paper-thin
Jinping's.
hold on the country.
Top Xi.
Although the communists and KMT worked together to fend off the Japanese invasion, civil war resumed in the
Yeah,
wake.
like this is one thing that a lot of people don't recognize, right? Like let's use Ukraine as an example, right?
All right.
When the Russia-Ukraine thing broke off, or like prior before that, leftists and Azov Battalion and like even liberals were like constantly butting heads, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that a lot of people don't recognize, like I hear so much denial from it, is that communists and fascists will work together when there is a larger threat that's imposing some form of pressure, right?
Capitalism.
No, no, fascists love capitalism.
Oh, sad.
What I mean by
Curse you,
that is
third
like,
other thing.
yeah, like what I mean by that is like, using the Ukrainian example as using the Ukraine as an example, when Russia invaded, the Azov Battalion and like leftists and liberals and like whoever put aside their differences to push back against Russian forces, right? Because yeah, sure, you can have a lot of like infighting, right? And like who controls what, right? But the thing is if you lose, your land and everything like that, there's gonna be no form of like political stability or um or political parties or anything to fight over, right?
Yep.
Which is how nationalists and fascists and communists and socialists can all work together on the same side. It does happen.
Of Japan's defeat in World War II.
And
the
then,
communists.
And then once, that that whole aspect, comes together, like, the adversary is defeated or whatever, they go back to their infighting.
Yep. They take down the big bad, then go back to their other smaller kerfuffles.
Well, an outside force is usually seen as like a unifying force for like some form of emancipation, right? And then when they push back and win against that force, they will get once they push back against that force and win, they will resume like the civil war or infighting that they were doing prior to siege or invasion.
It's like they put a pause on the video game to go eat dinner.
Sure. It's like a, yeah, sure, you can put it that way, and you put aside your differences with like, I don't know, your racist dad or something like that. Because you don't really want to cause you don't really want to stir things while that's going. I guess you could make that analysis.
With their firm base of support among the nation's enormous peasantry, quickly gained the upper hand over the divided and incompetent KMT. In 1949, Facing sure defeat, the KMT government, along with the remnants of the Republican Army, fled the mainland and made for the nearby island of Taiwan. Never infiltrated by communists and handed over to the KMT government by the Japanese just a few years earlier, Taiwan was a natural base of operations. However, it wasn't without its challenges, as many indigenous islanders resented being passed back and forth between the Japanese and these mainlanders. The Kuomintang, now
And, like, I don't blame them
especially
for
short on patience for
that.
unruly farmers, repressed the people brutally, in one instance killing as many as 28,000 civilians. It was an ugly start to the KMT's rule over the island, and as time
I
went
mean,
on,
that's just like how nationalism works, though, is that, they'll always, like, find some form of other and then, like, brutalize them and slaughter them. And then any who remain are forced to assimilate into their society.
Hooray for ruling with an iron fist.
I mean, it happens with, like, you know, like, colonial projects, apartheid, um, fascists.
Yep.
That's just what that happens. Just what happens.
party leaders came to recognize that if they ruled Taiwan as they had the mainland, a small, corrupt elite lording incompetently and abusively over poor farmers, they would be about as successful here as they had been back home. Something had to change. To consolidate power, the KMT would need a new approach that could get the party in with the Taiwanese public. This meant a reorganization of the party, and economically, it meant the KMT would need impressive and broadly beneficial economic performance that vindicated its rule. Of course, the prior structure of the KMT, rife with cronyism and corruption, had to go. The party reorganized itself along more merit.
And I imagine that still probably happened, right?
Yep.
Like, no shot it didn't.
Well, of course it still happened. They just wanted to do it secretly so nobody else found out.
I mean, I guess you could make the argument that it's like the same, or it would probably be the same as like lobbying here, right?
It most certainly would be.
Democratic lines, and with the help of new party chapters in towns and villages across the country, recruited new members from all levels of Taiwanese society. Putting down such deep roots consolidated the party's control over the island, allowed it to better take the temperature of the country through key constituencies, and incorporated ethnic Taiwanese into its apparatus, softening what had been once a nearly terminally tense relationship. To kick off their economic revolution, the KMT appealed to the peasants, who were responsible for the vast majority of the island's economic activity. To win them over, the party took a leaf out of the communists' playbook and redistributed property from large landowners to create many smallholders, while, unlike the communists, compensating former owners for their losses. Thus, thanks entirely to the KMT, a large segment of the Taiwanese public suddenly became enriched and grateful stakeholders in the KMT's political project. But the party didn't stop there. It quickly enacted legislation to invest in small and medium-sized business enterprises, rather than pursuing the development of large, consolidated firms. Industrialization arrived quickly for this essentially peasant island, and thanks once more to the KMT, the monetary gains were widespread. Indeed, inequality in Taiwan actually decreased, the polar opposite of what occurred during the American and European industrial revolutions. With its gangbusters economic growth,
Well, yeah, but like when it comes to like the American Industrial Revolution, they also had like someone who was like really progressive in the in office at that point in time, though.
Exactly.
I think it was Lyndon B. Johnson, and
I
like,
have no idea.
and he's like, in my opinion, I think he's probably my favorite president. But when it came down to it, they had completely different circumstances.
Exactly. But also, right, like the usage of roads here that they're showing off is a terrible use of their land.
Well, no, what I mean by that is when the Industrial Revolution was happening in the States, you know, they had actually like put into place like a, a lot of social safety nets.
Yep.
I don't really think that happened in Taiwan.
Whoa,
And the
I
party's
don't think it's
ensuing
gonna
popularity,
delve
the
into
KMT
that in
felt
this video.
increasingly comfortable gauging public opinion with some limited and highly controlled local elections. Importantly, no opposition parties were allowed. Candidates had to run as political independents, hampering their ability to coordinate. In the late 1960s
Oh,
and
that
throughout
would
the
be
1970s,
awful.
these elections, despite
Yeah,
falling
no, everyone is gonna be forced to be an independent. So awful.
That's terrible. Just you can't even agree with someone. No, you have to just say the same thing but worded just kind of differently. It's like, hey, oh, can I copy your homework? Yeah, sure. Just change it up a little.
Just change up a couple words. Like it, that, I imagine that those elections must have been a disaster.
Without a doubt.
far short of any democratic standards, seemed to confirm that the KMT enjoyed deep and broad approval in Taiwanese society. For now, at least, the party's reinvention was successful. However, by fostering Taiwan's meteoric economic development and spreading the gains widely, the KMT had also been
And like, you know, when they pulled like the like spreading some of the gains, like say land for example, right? That tends to be more like of a left leaning position.
Right.
You know, it's more or less just to gain approval ratings on why they tend to do it, right? Like, you know, we essentially see that nowadays in the form of um like just like empty promises and lip service to it, right? Instead of like actually doing anything.
Yep.
So, like in my opinion, I don't really like I do think that, you know, that is slightly better, right? But I think it's more or less just like trying to approval rating,
Yeah,
right?
it is just pandering.
begun to dig its own grave by cultivating a large middle class. While many remained loyal to the party which helped deliver them from poverty, many others resented the lack of political influence to match their economic standing. By the 1980s, those side note elections, meant only to validate the KMT's rule, were beginning to send a very different signal to Taiwan's rulers, as non KMT candidates began faring better and better. At the same time, civil society agitation accelerated rapidly. Labor disputes surged into the thousands. New dissident publications began circulating thoughtful and incisive critiques of the regime, and protest activity around the country increased dramatically. Internationally, things weren't much better.
I have a feeling that a lot of those protests against the KMT were started by like socialists or like no shot it
It
wasn't.
wouldn't be very surprising.
Well, the thing is though, right? Generally speaking, leftist policies tend to be very popular amongst the masses, right?
Right.
The only caveat to that though is it generally tends to be like gotta watch your wording and language around some of those around those individuals, right? Because
Right.
you know it falls under, you know, scary words like socialism or communism or Marxism or whatever the fuck. Right?
Oh no. Scary word.
the United Nations, Taiwan lost its seat to Beijing. Even worse, the Cold War was winding down. The United States, losing its
Boy,
taste
Mao.
for regimes like the KMT, which justified despotism with anti-communism, began friendly rapprochement with the mainland authorities. Long reliant on US support for its claim to be the legitimate government of China, the KMT was now staring down the possibility of losing its raison d'etre. Still, don't think this means the walls were crumbling around the KMT. Performance in those few contestable elections was getting worse, but the KMT was still winning most of them. Some Taiwanese were indeed dissatisfied with the government, but the KMT
Ready?
continued to
It's not
deliver
even
on
11.
bread and butter economic promises. Protests and labor disputes increased but remained
Yeah, but
highly
people on
fragmented
New
and
Year's.
easily defeated.
What was that?
You should know people into New Year.
I mean, you would think it would be close to like that, right?
Down here? Nah, we got Hicks galore. Yep.
Fused or
It
violently
is fireworks.
repressed.
Oh my god, I
Times
was right.
were tougher, but times weren't tough. The party could have weathered the storm, business as usual, but even so, it seemed that leaning into a bit of democratization could hold some promise. Opposition to the KMT, like the Democratic Progressive Party, didn't have much of a positive program or
Well, yeah, like the thing is, when it comes to like nationalism, right, is they will lean into things that will, keep them in power if they're already in power, or will lean into, false promises of them doing stuff in order to gain some power, right? So like it just makes sense. It's
all
more or
about
less
that.
to like save face.
Yep.
set of policies. Instead, all they seemed to stand for was democratization. Therefore, if the KMT could reform on its own, it could diffuse the opposition's base of support while also improving its standing with a more democratically inclined Washington. Thus, seemingly paradoxically, the KMT didn't initiate democratization in Taiwan because they were forced to, and certainly not out of magnanimity or idealism, but because a willing embrace of democracy seemed to promise even greater security for the KMT's rule than continued defiance of changing times. Moreover, initiating democratization now meant that the KMT could control the process and write the electoral rules to favor themselves, moves that would soon bear fruit. In 1992, Taiwan held its first legislative election. Bolstered by the biased, but hardly rigged, electoral system, the KMT won 53% of the vote and took 63% of seats. 4 years later, the KMT easily won Taiwan's first presidential election with 54% of votes. The DPP candidate won a mere 21%. At this point, in the words of the authors of From Development to Democracy, the KMT's democratic gamble paid off. It conceded democracy not to hand over power to the opposition, but to retain its political dominance. And following these early successes, the KMT hastened the democratic transition because of the confidence it had in its ability to fare well in democracy. Subsequently, the KMT continued to engage with public demands, delivering desirables to cement its popularity and undermine political rivals, such as the DPP, further demonstrating that democratization
that's not really
was a
surprising, though.
sensible move which could mutually benefit Taiwan and the KMT. However, it wouldn't really be a democracy if power never changed hands, and in 2000, that finally happened, when the DPP's presidential candidate barely edged out the KMT's. Still, the KMT retained control of the legislature, and the party determined not to challenge the results or roll back democratization, but, like any good Democrats, to get 'em next time. Since then, the KMT's power has fluctuated, and to this day, Taiwan remains a well-consolidated liberal democracy with broad civil and social freedoms and seriously competitive elections. Yet in Taiwan, it was dictatorship that built democracy. Dictatorship that willingly embraced a democratic transition, not from a position of weakness, but from a position of strength, and a belief that almost
I do think that a lot of it also came from like the rising tensions of like peasants, right? and voting against the KMT. Like, I have a feeling that's like one of like a whole slew of different aspects why they decided to do so, right?
Mm,
Like you
right.
can absolutely like form democracy out of a dictatorship, right? But you know, there's usually a reason, a whole slew of different reasons on why it happens. Like, you know, that's not even to say that like the election completely free and fair, right?
That's true. It would not be free and fair. Not a single one.
Paradoxically, more democracy would better cement their power. The story of the KMT defies typical expectations for how to bring about democracy, and as such, it yields a peculiar yet critical lesson for those of us who would like to see free government continue to spread around the world. That is, that those autocracies which seem the strongest and which have the most success in advancing their societies are in many ways the most vulnerable to a democratic transition, not because their authority is threatened, as it often is in weak, failing autocracies, but because they have confidence that democracy may well make their lives easier.
I think a lot of that also comes down to the fact that, you know, they tend to side with like the West in it, right? And like don't intrude upon like, you know, a lot of like Western neoliberal values and are willing to play ball with like Western countries, right?
Right.
Because we've seen what happens when, you know, places don't want to be subservient to the US. What ends up happening? You know, oh, they get CIA'd.
Yep.
Like it happened in Chile, it happened in Iran, it happened still like pretty much anywhere in like South America, I should be completely honest with.
Nowhere is safe.
Like the only reason why like Scandinavia, for example, are able to get away with more like of what they do, right? Because they're more aligned with you know, America than not.
Here. As with the KMT, they may well be right. At least, for a time. Thank you so much for watching.
All right.
On the morning of October
So I guess we'll hop into the Israel Palestine stuff. No.
Yeah.
7th, 2023, Hamas militants launched a massive surprise attack from the Gaza Strip.
Bro, what was
23,
that?
Hamas militants launched
What
a
is
massive
this?
That's paramotor.
That
That's
it looks like someone's like I don't know. It looks like someone's fucking homemade like 2-man flying machine.
Hey Jimmy Neutron, did you make that, boy genius?
Bro's gonna have a brain blast.
The brain's gonna be blasted all over the pavement.
Like it, who does that, man?
surprise attack from the Gaza Strip, striking deep into Israeli territory.
I mean, the funny thing is, though, when it comes to like what happened on October 7th, right? Like that wasn't surprising at all. Anyone who knew anything about like the apartheid state of Israel and the relationship that they have with the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, like absolutely saw that coming.
Well,
Like
they should.
like you know, I knew about like a lot of the stuff, like say the Nakba and you know the March to Return and stuff like that like way before uh I started telling, like liberals and like
Israel then
conservatives and like even you to an extent about it, because I told you about the Nakba and the March to Return, and as well as like the ministry of Hasbara that Israel has. Like I remember you and I talking about that.
Yeah, I remember that too. Like that was definitely something to learn about.
I
Gotta
like how
be
you
can
I like how your response to me bringing up that kind of stuff is like, how do you know this shit?
Yeah, that was my initial response because, well, how would somebody know this unless they're actively seeking it out? And knowing you, I like just from the way that you look and from the little bit that I knew you from way back when, I was like, this man, he seems interesting. Yet, what does he know? And now I'm learning what you know. I'm like, this man knows more than I thought. So I'm glad.
Yeah, because like I learned about that stuff when um like I was deprogramming myself and was becoming, I guess you could say, more radical. And you know the apartheid state of Israel and like the relationship that they have to Palestinian people is one thing that I actually did learn a lot about when I was going through that journey, right? To get to where I am now.
You're right.
And I'm like, oh well, when I first heard about it, I'm like, oh well, seems like like every other fucking country, they're lying about shit and trying to whitewash everything, right?
Yep.
retaliated with a series of airstrikes inside Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu declared that
Oh wait,
Israel
I should probably Wes.
Yeah, I don't want to have
is
that.
officially at war with Hamas. He then gave orders to his security forces to retake any Israeli villages that have Hamas militants in them.
Yeah, except
Hamas
the one
military commander
issue
Mohammed
with
Deif said, quote, "This is the day of the greatest battle to end the last occupation on earth," end quote. So according to
yeah, except the main issue with that though, right, is that you uh when you mark down like over 2 million plus civilians as like part of a terrorist organization, right? You're never going to see an end to the conflict, right? Because, how dare you humanize the other side, right? Like it also doesn't really help that like 50% of the population in just Gaza alone is like children, right?
Right.
So, and then like when they informed people that they were going to be bombing the north side of Gaza, you know, they did they bombed the fucking south as well as like like what they define as like strategically targeting things like mosques, churches, hospitals. You know, like I remember when they decided to bomb the Al Shifa hospital, and like you know they found like medical supplies, and the IDF was just like, oh, see, they're terrorists, they have plenty of medicine, trust me, bro.
Trust me, it totally wasn't planted there
Well,
before.
whilst yeah, it was like uh things like, say, gauze and like just very basic medical supplies. Like for sterilization, they don't even have access to like you know basic shit. They have to use like vinegar as like an anesthesiac,
Yeah.
which is completely and utterly disgusting. Right?
Hmm. I mean, nobody willingly drinks vinegar. At least nobody that I know.
Sour. Yeah,
Not
like
just doesn't have enough flavor. You gotta add some salt to
yeah,
it.
and I don't remember if I talked to you about this. I know I talked to someone about it, but you know, it doesn't really make sense for you know uh the militants that abducted people on the 7th of October to like just murder like their only form of leverage that they have, right?
Yeah, I don't. It really doesn't make sense why they would do
And
that,
like
but
that also doesn't really like it also doesn't really help that Netanyahu has also been like planting like fake families being like, no, trust me, we got to kill everyone in the Gaza Strip. Whilst yet, Netanyahu's approval rating has been like plummeting like even more than it has been, which I didn't even know was possible.
that's right.
No, it's great. And then I don't know if you heard or not, but like I think it was like a week or so ago, the IDF killed 3 um Israeli hostages that were fleeing to, I think it was Egypt, and they tried covering it up and it didn't really work out for them, and they're like, oh, we thought they were an enemy combatant, right?
Hmm.
And like that's not even getting into the hostages that Israel has. Like they have, I saw this one video from I think it was Al Jazeera that they were interviewing some people or some of the hostages that Israel was letting go, right?
Right.
And one of them was a, uh, I think he was a 15-year-old boy, right?
Right.
And you want to know what they did before he left, which I think is absolutely disgusting?
What did they do?
They broke his arm,
Oh, great.
like straight up.
Yeah, because they didn't already injure him enough.
It's a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah, like what?
Like it's absolutely disgusting.
Like being held hostage, punishment or not?
Yeah.
To Hamas, this is only the beginning of a very long battle that they've been planning for. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict is an incredibly sensitive and complex battle to cover. So I want to be upfront with you and let you know that I'm going to do
like the thing is it's not really that complex to cover. Like for the most part, like it's fairly if you know what you're talking about and have like some information or some knowledge and information on the events that transpired, whether it be the Nakba or that's a good place to start is with Nakba
Yeah.
and the promises that uh, Britain made to uh, the Israeli Zionists and the Palestinians that were already living there. And like the funny thing is like people like I've seen people make claims that Israel has always been there. I'm like, no, they haven't. You look at like maps from like 75 years ago, it says Palestine.
Hmm.
And like the funny thing is the one thing that they don't recognize is that Britain was also thinking about Like there was two other locations that they were thinking about putting the Israeli Zionists.
Really?
Yeah, the other two locations that they were considering was Uganda and Argentina.
My word.
I guess it was just unlucky. I guess it was just the unlucky draw,
Yep.
more or less. But like, I digress. It's not that complicated to understand. Essentially, it was more or less of just justification for an apartheid regime. Because like the Nelson Mandela and the ANC were considered like international terrorists until like I think it was 2008,
Right.
and didn't Nelson Mandela win a Nobel Peace Prize?
I have no idea.
Did, right? Yeah, the Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 1993 to Nelson R. Mandela and Frederick William Gillerk for their work for the peaceful termination of the apartheid regime and for laying the foundations for a democratic South Africa. What he did. But yeah, keep that in mind that, even Nelson Mandela and the ANC was considered like terrorists until 2008.
True.
Someone who won a Nobel Peace Prize. I think that's just mostly symbolic, more or less, right? But
Right.
do my best to be as unbiased as possible and to focus on the ground war itself. What I'm not going to do is try to litigate the entire history of grievances between Israel and Palestine, which is an important aspect to the conflict, but it's beyond the scope of this video, and you can easily find that information elsewhere. We hear about skirmishes between Israel and Palestine frequently over the past few years, but what's different about this attack is its level of sophistication and coordination. Because prior to this attack, Hamas had used very different tactics focusing on mortars, kamikaze bombings, rocket attacks, and small arms ambushes against Israeli defense forces. This is a major departure from the old strategy of harassing attacks. Hamas militants attacked via flying in by paraglider, infiltrating from the Mediterranean Sea on boats, and tearing down barriers to move over land. So what we're going to do is analyze the situation on the ground using open source intelligence tools. At the end, we'll talk about the potential reasons for why this might be happening right now.
yeah, that's not even like it's not even getting into the whole conversation or getting into the fact of like I don't know if he's going to get into it or not, but like Palestinians that live in Israel are like walled off, right? Like their places are walled off, or if they live like say in the West Bank or something like that, it takes them, I think it's like at least 4 hours to get through all the checkpoints and everything, just to get
Right.
just to go. Like I heard this one story of this one Palestinian professor who was teaching in university to a bunch of uh, Zionist Israels who most likely, or Israelis, sorry, who most likely want him dead, right?
Right.
And this one guy was actually deprogrammed by his professor when it came to like the Zionist project, right?
Right.
professor, like, he had to go, right? Because, like, he had to go home, and it would take him, like, 4 hours to get through everything and all that, and his guy came with him to he came with him, right? And yeah, no, it said that it, like, completely deprogrammed him on the Palestinian plight, like the Zionist propaganda, and indoctrination that he taught
That's
growing
good.
up.
Yeah, at least he could be corrected.
I mean, it definitely depends on if people are willing to, like, approach what you're saying in good faith, right? Most don't. Like, especially with, like, the Israel Palestine stuff. But I do think that, like, social media has had, like, some hand in like, completely countering the Hasbara that Israel has been trying to put out and all that, because, like, they can't have control the over social media, right? Whilst compared to, like, more traditional media, people are, they can essentially do whatever the hell they want, right?
Right.
according to both sides. Take a look at this live conflict map here. It shows us geotagged evidence of what's happening on the ground in real time, linked to GPS coordinates. This Israeli checkpoint appears to have been overrun about 10 kilometers away from the 1950 Armistice Agreement line at the Gaza Strip. The extent of the militants' advance appears to be about 20 kilometers away from the border. So these roads here that we can see leading out of Gaza are protected by checkpoints. Video evidence shows right outside Gaza, this outpost was breached by Palestinian militants. Here we see militants captured an Amer heavy armored personnel carrier, and it's fitted with an expensive high-tech trophy active protection system that shoots down incoming RPGs. There also looks to be a Merkava Mark IV main battle tank left behind. Each of those systems costs about $6 million. Now, Israel has an estimated 220 Namer IFVs and 400 Merkava tanks according to open source intelligence, so the loss of a dozen armored vehicles won't be a strategic level loss. But from Hamas's point of view, it's a major PR victory that they can parade these armored vehicles around Gaza now.
Yeah, and, like, the funny thing is, right, is that, like, the main emancipatory force, or the main, like, seen emancipatory force in the form of Hamas has, like, they're not even really that well, like, received, right?
Right.
But, like, when you back people into a corner, right, and you have one group who says that they will push back against, the invaders or whatever, right? People are going to inherently support them to a degree. And the funny thing is, though, is that when it comes down to their force, right,
Mhm.
a lot of the support actually came from the West Bank.
Yep.
Like, that's one thing that a lot of people don't understand. And then on top of that, they yeah. Like, I don't buy, like, really anything that Israel says about them, right?
Right.
Like, I'm sure some of it is true, but, like, a vast majority of it is just lies.
A vast majority.
Satellite mode on the live conflict map shows us the geography of the terrain located just outside the Gaza Strip, inside Israel where the fighting is largely taking place. This area is flat, open fields and farmland that stretches until some major cities and built-up areas. Further to the south is the desert arid region. Israel had relied on fences and barbed wire as protection and defenses here. They possibly didn't expect an organized attack pre-planned to destroy these obstacles. The southern region of Israel is one of 6 different regions in the country. Its population in the southern region is about 79% Jewish and 12.7% Arab and Muslim. The population of the southern district is just over 1 million people, and its area is 14,185 square kilometers. It's the largest district in terms of land area, but the most sparsely populated. It covers most of the Negev Desert as well as the Araba Valley. Looking at these Israeli outposts that are being overrun and attacked, they remind me of the outposts I lived on when I was in Iraq. We're talking about small combat outposts with likely 2 squads of 20 soldiers or a platoon of 40 soldiers rotating through the outpost. The way it works is 40 soldiers are on duty, manning guard towers, doing patrols, while the other 40 are off duty from the rotation, possibly back at a larger base. Obviously not many troops here protecting these areas. The base is probably about the size of a football field or 2, and its main defense is that it's surrounded by slabs of concrete walls that are 12 feet high and several inches thick, so they're rated to stop small arms and RPGs. This type of outpost has a major weakness though, its entrance gate, where the concrete stops and opens up. An outpost like this would have between 4 and 8 armored vehicles likely stationed here. Gun battles are raging here where the IDF is pouring in to try to reclaim these outposts. Checkpoints will be located strategically along the roads leading out of Gaza here. Each are equipped well enough to slow down a major offensive, but they're not really designed to stop an overwhelming force, and clearly they were caught by surprise. Outposts and checkpoints along the roads slowed down Hamas and gave Israel time to coordinate a larger retaliation attack. But Hamas still reached several...
I mean, another thing with that, though, is like, you know, Israel is, like, supported by the West for the most part, as well as, like, you know, they have a lot more firepower than, like, people making just glorified firecrackers in the bathtub.
Yeah. The advanced weaponry definitely helps.
That's not even getting into the fact that the Israeli state has nuclear arms on top of that. They deny that they do, but, you know, we all know that's a lie.
Yeah.
Several major towns with populations of around 30,000 people. You can see here in the live conflict map that all of the orange tags inside of Gaza Strip that you're looking at here are Israeli retaliatory strikes, including artillery and air sorties. Some of the icons show helicopters, which tells us that
crazy.
Israel's
I thought they weren't
AH-64
bombing
Apache
Gaza.
attack helicopter is going to...
Who would have thought, eh?
Who would have thought?
Thought the Israeli government lies about bombing Gaza.
Well, it's almost like they do it all the time.
Almost like they've been doing it for like 75 years.
Yay!
Work on targets inside Gaza with the AGM-114 Hellfire missiles or Hydra rockets. Israel has a total of 81 attack helicopters of different varieties. Dozens of Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck Hamas targets inside the Gaza Strip on October 7th. According to the Israeli Air Force, 17 Hamas military compounds and 4 command headquarters of Hamas throughout the Gaza Strip were struck on October 7th. Israel operates the American-made F-15, F-16, F-35, and the French Mirage 2.
I wonder how they got those.
Yeah, I wonder how they got some American equipment.
I wondered.
2000 bomber with an inventory of about 580 combat aircraft in total. Hamas reportedly struck 4 Israeli helicopters with surface-to-air missiles so far, likely with the Russian-made handheld 9K-38 Igla. Part of the reason this attack is concerning for Israel is because Preliminary reports indicate that Hamas struck deep enough to force Israel to evacuate one of their air bases near the Gaza Strip. According to this video evidence that we see here, jets are being moved to safety. Reports on the ground claim Hamas gunmen are opening fire on any Israeli cars that pass by in the town of Sderot. The fighting is happening in Sderot at the police station here. This city has a population of about 30,000 people, and it's located less than 1 mile from the Gaza Strip.
Yes.
Israel spent over $150 million on bomb
Bro,
shelters here due to
can't
the
show
fact that over
snipers sniping
8,000
people.
rockets have been fired at them since 2001. Footage on social media show firefights raging inside the city, and Hamas gunmen appear to be patrolling the countryside here at this point in time. I've gone through and watched all of the videos that have been posted.
Like, I honestly think, like, I don't know if this is the case or not, but like, oftentimes, like, the IDF will, like, disguise themselves like militant groups and whatever, and just like completely go in and just like eviscerate like so many fucking civilians.
Yep.
Like it's actually disgusting, honestly.
It
It
is.
online. And there's a lot I'm not going to show you here, and it's the kind of things you probably wouldn't want to see anyway. It's absolutely awful what's unfolding right now to the people who live here. The live conflict map shows us how Hamas used a homemade 114mm short-range Rajam missile system in their offensive against Israel, which is a kind of rocket artillery meant to saturate an area. This is a tool that helped Hamas fire 5,000 rockets so quickly into Israel. There's usually only a 15-second warning from Israel's air defense system and alarm system when the rockets are first fired. Even though these aren't large munitions, the sheer volume of fire is designed to overwhelm Israel's air defense system attempting to shoot down these rockets. The rocket attacks have reached into Israel's capital city of Tel Aviv. This live update shows internet activity has gone down inside the capital from the attacks. Israel has 170,000 active duty personnel, but they also have 465,000 reserve forces to pull from because service is mandatory in Israel.
Israel's like sieges that they do on Gaza is and like to the West Bank to a certain degree as well. Like, they're so violent, I don't even know what I can show.
That's very fair because they're just mindless at this point. It's just needless violence.
Like, well, no, like I just don't know what I can show
I mean, fair enough.
because it's incredibly violent. It's the same thing with like how like American police treat like anyone who's like, you know, a shade darker than like white.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know how much of that shit I can show either, right?
And according to their military, they're prepared to mobilize hundreds of thousands of reservists now in response to these attacks. Israel has conscription, and it's considered kind of a rite of passage for them. You might wonder why there isn't a long trench along the entire region here. The reason the defenses are set up as spread out checkpoints along the roads, instead of one long trench or one single front line, is partly because it would be extremely expensive and taxing on the Israeli army to man that fortification with thousands of soldiers year-round if it was a clear front line that extended and stretched for 70 kilometers long around the entire Gaza Strip. So instead, troops are spread out to defend major population centers, and some of these places appear to have been overrun. Whether that's briefly or not yet, we don't know. DefenseBlog.com reported at least 5 Israeli Merkava tanks have been captured, and 15 of Israel's tracked vehicles, like the M113s, are in Palestinian fighters' hands. The larger tanks probably aren't going to be...
It definitely seems like this guy is taking like a more pro-Israel stance, right? At least that's the kind of vibes that I'm getting.
Right.
I don't know about you.
I mean, so far, he's just been like stating a lot of information, and there's like, yeah, he might have like some underlying biases, even if because no one's gonna be 100% unbiased. That's just not possible.
I mean, of course, I'm biased more towards the Palestinian side.
Yeah.
But like, it's kind of hard not to have that bias, especially when you know so much about like as much about the conflict as I do, in general, right?
Mm.
As useful to Hamas because they likely wouldn't be able to maintain them or rearm them effectively for a long period of time, but the smaller armored vehicles would be an important asset for them. Militants fired an estimated 5,000 rockets into Israel so far during their offensive operation.
Yeah, and you want to know how many bombs Israel dropped
Sure.
since this last attack? Like 3 times that amount, at least.
Oh, 15,000.
At least. That's not
Great.
even going into. That's not even getting into the fact of like, you know, war crimes that they've been committing, like say, knock bombing, uh, cluster bombing using white phosphorus. You know,
Yeah. Other stuff that goes against the Geneva Convention.
Israel is so fucking violent. They're like Geneva Conventions, more like Geneva suggestions.
They look at that and say, "This is my shopping list."
Actually, but yeah, like it's you know, like the more and more that I'm, hearing and thinking about it, right? The more and more it's, his like pro-Israel bias is showing, right?
Right.
Because he has not mentioned anything about, you know, the like barbaric retaliation that Israel has been partaking in.
I mean, he has been very selective with the information that he shared. So,
It's very selective for sure. That's not even getting into the fact of he's not even getting into the collective punishment that the Palestinians are undergoing, and essentially living in an open air prison that they're just bombing straight up.
yep, they're blowing up an encampment. People just for the fun of it.
It's honestly kind of disgusting. Anyways.
Israel's facing between 25,000 and 40,000 militant fighters in this offensive. Now you might say that's nothing compared to Israel's 170,000 active duty soldiers, but that's not exactly an accurate way to think about it, because Israel's soldiers need to be spread out over the entire country, for one, and they need to be relocated to the south now. Second, a higher ratio of Israel's forces are
I wonder why they need to be relocated to the south.
Yeah, very curious as to why they need that type of relocation.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with this. On the north side, I don't know. Very crazy to me.
support and logistics, not combat arms, infantry, or frontline troops. Third, many of those soldiers would not be on duty right now. The main IDF military base in this region is called Re'im, where the Gaza division was located, which was either captured by Hamas at one point or contested until about 8 p.m. local time when the IDF reported that they had recaptured it. So far, estimates place 200 Israeli KIA and over 1,600 wounded, and 5 soldiers as well as dozens of civilians are said to be captured by.
I thought, if I'm not mistaken, I thought that was debunked. Those numbers.
I think they are debunked already.
If hypothetically that is like the accurate number at this time, okay, well, the Palestinian side it had like I think it was like at least twice that
Yep,
at this point in time
almost doubled.
compared to the Israeli side, and most of which being like children.
Yeah, those that shouldn't have been killed.
Bro, we're over like since the October 7th like invasion, there's been, I think, at least like just over 7,000 children like murdered in cold blood,
That's sad.
which is insane.
It is.
by Hamas. Retaliation strikes from Israel reportedly killed 200 Palestinians and over 1,000 wounded as well. Although this is a developing situation, all of this information is subject to change. One of the ways we can confirm the extent of the offensive is satellite.
But like the one thing they also have to take into consideration as well is like early on in the siege, Israel was really trying to gain sympathy points from the West.
Yep.
Like they always do this, right? And just being like, "Oh, look at how bad look how bad these people are," right? How dare they? They want to preserve their own personal well-being and whatever, right?
How dare they?
Like, I actually think Jank from TYT, when he was on Pierce Morgan, actually put it best, right? You know, if you bomb my grandma and she like explodes and like, you know, you incinerate my sister, you know, anyone's gonna become a terrorist at that point, right?
Yep.
And like it's just more like, you know, I hate using like a lot of those fucking words because like, you know, it's mostly just like Islamophobia, right?
It is. And it makes me sad.
Because one of the examples that I used with, I think it was one of my coworkers, right? Like, imagine you were, like, imagine that China came over here, right? And was essentially doing the same thing that Israel's doing to Palestine. And they decided to push us all onto a mass size of like PEI or Victoria Island, right?
Right.
And then, you know, it was relentlessly being bombed and everything, right? And, you know, your relatives were fucking slaughtered in, you know, one of the slew of many campaigns, right? Wouldn't push back against that?
No, I definitely would.
Like, it's kind of ridiculous, honestly. And I used China as an example when I'm talking because, you know, China bad, apparently. Like, yes, China has done things wrong, absolutely.
Of course, but you know, they're not always doing stuff wrong.
I'm really fucking
Yep.
I want their train system.
Give me your trains.
Light imagery of fire caused by the fightings, as seen here. The furthest extent of the fighting seems to be the town of Afkim in Israel with a population of 34,000 people. It's reportedly under attack and hostages have been taken here. It's about 22 kilometers from the Gaza Strip. According to the IDF, they're fighting at 22 different locations across southern Israel right now. We see here that Israel's second biggest power station, Rutenburg, just outside Gaza, was struck. Another geotag clash shows an Israeli Merkava tank taking a direct hit from a drone, dropping a bomb straight on top of its weaker top armor. This is a tactic that has recently become commonplace on the battlefield in Ukraine. Israeli tanks are designed with more armor on the top turret than some other countries because they're specifically meant to operate in urban conditions, so it's unclear from the footage how much damage was done to the tank, if it was totaled or still salvageable. What we do know is that the engine is located in the front of the Merkava, unlike the Abrams, so the fire in this video could be the engine up in flames. This strategy of using drones was also used against a remote weapon system that shows how easily these drones can take out expensive remote-controlled turrets. The section of territory highlighted in red on the map shows us the extent to which Hamas units have pushed into Israel. These sections are currently being contested, and we can see its limit that they've reached about 22 kilometers at its furthest point, although I've been watching throughout the day, and I can tell you that the red sections have gotten smaller throughout the day, so we don't know where this is going yet. It appears like Israel is already pushing the militants back. It's important to keep in mind that Palestinians in Gaza are ruled by the group known as Hamas that's doing these attacks right now, and the Palestinians in the
I mean, like, you know, one thing that I find really funny about that, right, on top of everything, is just like, oh, well, they voted them in like 2006. They deserve it, right? Like, no, in no fucking universe is that any, like, justifiable reasons.
That's true.
And, like, honestly, like, John Oliver did a video on Israeli-Palestine conflict. I actually think it's a really good video. I just don't want to get copyright claimed by HBO.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Otherwise, we would watch it on. But, like, you know, I think he did a really good job, like, explaining, you know, what's going on to liberals, right?
Yep.
But, like, you know, even with that caveat, that still isn't a justification.
No.
That's no justification for killing civilians.
Never a justification.
Because, if that was the case, well, then, you know, things could, you know, could have been significantly worse under, like, George Bush, right?
They would have definitely been worse.
Like, you know, no, I don't think I don't think it's a justifiable reasoning, an election that was held to, like, bomb civilians.
The West Bank are simplifying some of this, but the PLO receives aid from the United
Wait, what?
States and
Did
the
he-
West Bank are simplifying some of this.
Bro, cut it off.
Yeah.
The fuck?
That's interesting.
He must have said some unhinged shit about the West Bank and, like, how, like, you know, settler colonialism is good or some shit like that.
He must have went very off the rails.
Like, I don't know, man.
It's insanity. We have reached an all-new low.
This was also like 2 months ago. I don't think
That low was reached 2 months ago.
I don't think that um
You don't think
Brain.
that shit?
brain.
Yeah.
But the PLO receives aid from the United States and the European Union. The US sends about $500 million over the course of 3 years, and the EU has sent about $600 million per year to Palestine. The US perspective here is that they have attempted to send aid money to Palestine while attempting to prevent that aid from being
Yeah,
used.
except you want to know what happens with that aid that you know is supposed to be going into Palestine. Yeah, no. Israelis the IDF you know, either blows up those ships coming with aid, or they just completely bar or limit the amount of aid that's able to enter in Gaza in general.
Yep.
Which is a war crime.
Yep.
Like, before October 7th, it was, I think, like 5 trucks were allowed in, and now it's like per day, right? And
Right.
now I think it's like at best 2.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like 2 trips a day.
Like it's complete and utterly disgusting. Like, you know, war crime.
That's true nightmare, right?
Like picture Cuba, but worse, right?
Shit.
Like the embargoes that
Cuba
are
was bad enough.
the embargo, like it's essentially like if Cuba kept like the embargoes and stuff, right? But the US decided to continuously and relentlessly bomb Cuba.
Used to fund military endeavors. Palestine has a population of 4.9 million people, and Israel has a population of 9.3 million. But who is Hamas in the first place? They're a militant movement.
Literally anyone who, literally anyone and everyone in the Gaza Strip.
They are Hamas.
Like, just straight up. Yeah, you know those little babies that are in incubators, you know, they're part of the terrorist organization, despite the fact that they're babies.
Yeah, these infants that can't even defend themselves, let alone breathe properly without a respirator and in their incubator. No, completely bad.
Like it's
No concept of morality or good bad whatsoever. They're
well,
terrorists.
I mean,
Yeah,
like the main thing, right,
right.
is that, you know, when it comes to like war, especially from like a nationalist, fascist, right wing side of things, right? It's you dehumanize the other side
Yep.
to continue your imperialist endeavors in order to, you know, essentially get what you want, right?
Yeah, you make
Like
something
this
look
isn't
so
anything new.
alien that it's just a good idea to destroy.
Like it's this isn't anything new.
No, far from it.
And one of the Palestinian territory's 2 major political parties. Hamas is known for governing 2 million Palestinians. It was in 1988 that Hamas first published what is their charter. The charter
Oh, he's bringing up the fucking charter. Is he gonna bring up the revised charter and like how like the charter has like some shit about like, oh, you know, our entire objective is to kill like every single Israeli? Like, no shot it doesn't. Like, even if hypothetically that is the case, right? That's still not a justification for genocide.
It's not.
Place your bets.
I
Does
mean,
he bring up that says in the charter that their objective is to like murder every single fucking Israeli person?
he's probably gonna word it differently, but yeah, same message.
I mean, he's generally like he hasn't even touched on like anything about like the Palestinian side and like the Palestinian plight and anything.
Exactly. It's
He's
just like, oh
taking
no, Palestine bad, lol.
like so far he's been taking like a very pro Zionist position. All right. Let's see if I'm right.
basically called for the destruction of Israel, and they
Called it.
Yep.
I called it.
Within the next 3 seconds, they call for the destruction of the place.
Fucking pre-watched,
damn.
man. Fucking pre-watched. Oh, it's so predictable. Like,
Some people never change.
like I hear this
Especially their
I
way.
hear this fucking argument all the goddamn time. Oh, well, it says in their charter that they says in their charter that they won't like murder every single Israeli and get rid of Israel. I'm like, okay, but that's still no reason or no justification for fucking genocide.
It's like, look,
And
they
like,
could have written down a recipe for soup for all we goddamn care, and you still would have committed genocide over it.
it doesn't even fucking matter if that is in their charter or not. Like, you know, they're a nothing burger, right?
Exactly.
Like they're giving like very minimal like pushback efforts. Like it's completely fucked. Man, they
They're
watched.
just they're a straw man, like they're a scarecrow in a soccer field trying to play defense.
Like
You ain't gonna be doing shit if you're not moving.
fucking
You know, you
watched.
gotta. Gee,
I haven't even watched this, and I fucking pre-watched everything.
so of course, it's not that hard to read, especially when
Like,
someone's
like I
just like,
can't.
"Oh, it's standard, typical bullshit."
Honestly, I'm not even surprised that was like the charter was brought up.
Well,
I'm
the
not
charter being
surprised.
brought up was a red flag, and that one was seen from a mile away because of how bright it was. Probably powered that flag with neon lights for all I know.
I mean, once you know like all the talking points and everything, you just start to
You let it
know where
fall into
things are
place,
going.
and then yeah, you can just read the situation by what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Originally wanted to establish an Islamic society inside what is known as historic Palestine. Since then, in 2017, Hamas has walked that back a little bit and created a new document that seemed to accept an interim Palestinian state along the quote-unquote Green Line border that was established before the Six-Day War. For
Like the one thing that is really funny to me though is that you know the Palestinian people would be okay. Like they have always been like willing to negotiate like a two-state solution, right?
Yep.
But like Israel has been just so fucking violent and like
Some,
bloodthirsty that they're
yeah,
like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
for some fucking.
And then they go and cry on Western media, being like, "Oh well, the Palestinians don't want to fucking don't want a two-state solution, and they're being so fucking violent and brutal to us."
Sure.
Like that's not even getting into the fact that uh, Israel decided to. Okay, so are you aware of this, right? That Israel decided to invade Lebanon with backing of the U.S. and I think it was Britain. It was either Britain
Yeah,
or France.
yeah, I've
The
heard of
fuck are they
that.
doing in Lebanon?
I have no idea.
You know,
Just
I thought it was only that they wanted to do shit in or just exterminate the whole fucking Palestinian people. You know,
no,
even if that
they're
is
for
like their
blood.
ultimate objective, what the fuck are they doing in Lebanon?
They're tracking down all of the others.
Like, you know,
Got bloodhounds or something. And smell down their lineage.
well, no, like Israel, the state of Israel themselves have said that once the Palestinian people are like ethnically cleansed, they'll be they'll be moving on to Lebanon, Syria, and Egypt.
Jeez.
Like they are just fucking insanely bloodthirsty.
Yeah.
Year-old dummies like me, it can be confusing to figure out where Palestine is because it includes the West Bank, which is territory between modern-day Israel and Jordan, as well as the Gaza Strip, which borders what's modern-day Israel and Egypt. These territorial lines have frequently changed over the past few decades. Also,
And like one thing that I have heard, right, that oh well, Israel's being like so generous. They're giving 60% of the land to Palestine for a two-state solution, right? But yet the one thing that they don't recognize is a lot of that land is mostly desert.
Yeah, it's uninhabitable.
It's uninhabitable. You can't grow fucking crops in it, you know.
Yeah, you can't live there. Not
You know,
sustainably.
like even in that like circumstance where they're quote unquote being charitable, I'm like, okay, well they still have most of the agricultural land.
Yeah, they have most of the stuff that can be farmed on.
So
also making it more complicated. Sometimes, like in this case, a state, territory, or nation can be split into different parts that aren't connected to each other. When this happens, we say this territory.
And like honestly, when it comes down to it, like the only solution that I really see is, you know, a one-state solution, like pre, like 75 years ago.
Yep.
Like
You gotta be under one banner.
it's no different. Like the apartheid state of Israel is no different than the apartheid state of South Africa.
Truth.
And like, are there going to be problems with that? Absolutely. I don't have all the answers. I'm not pretending to that I do. Will there be problems?
Yeah, of
course.
course. Problems arise just because people have disagreement. And that's always going to happen.
Territory is fragmented or discontinuous. Even talking about these kinds of seemingly non-controversial aspects can get you into hot water though, because 138 out of 193 countries recognize Palestine as an actual country. The United States does not. Meanwhile, 165 out of 193 countries recognize Israel as a country. When a territory is split, it can lead to political disputes, and conflicts may arise from these geographical divisions. From Israel's perspective, they're fearful that they could face attacks from both the east in Gaza and west from the West Bank.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. I love that, man. Yeah, what the fuck are they gonna do? Throw glorified firecrackers over the border walls?
Sure. Yeah, let me just chuck my entire bathtub into their backyard.
Like one of the most common forms of like anti-IDF resistance is fucking chucking stones. Yeah, they're so strong.
They are literally throwing rocks at us, sir. What should we do?
Mow them
Well, you
down.
have Kevlar,
Like
don't you? Just
the
walk through it.
the
You'll be
IDF
fine.
is like so insanely fucking like bloodthirsty that, you know, they have a term where they mow down like civilians. Do you know what it's called?
Cutting the grass.
Mowing the grass, mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
Like there's a clear good and bad guy on this side.
There is, and it's not hard to see who the clear bad guy is. Cough.
Do I agree with the optics of either side? No, not necessarily. But I, you know, I still don't think it's any justification for, you know, murdering them.
It's not justification for the loss of a human life, or any lives for that matter. Good. Being anti-war is what you want.
There's a route or corridor that connects the West Bank to Gaza Strip, which Israel monitors to make sure weapons aren't being shipped between them. To get an idea of what type of Hamas units are participating in this attack, we see here it's the Al-Qassam Brigades from the Sakir Squadron. They're one of the units participating in what Hamas is calling Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, although I've also seen it called Al-Aqsa Storm elsewhere. Israel's calling their response their counteroffensive Operation Iron Sword. What happens is many of these smaller outposts are getting hit, and now Israel will respond from larger bases that have been positioned further away from the front. The Israeli military did confirm that several towns are in Hamas's control as of October 7th.
I mean, that's just what Israel says, period, though. That's not surprising.
Yeah, no, not surprised at all.
Not in the slightest.
The United States Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin made a statement about the attack, saying, quote, "Our commitment to Israel's right to defend itself remains unwavering, and I extend my condolences to the families of those who..."
I knew that was...
They have a right to defend themselves, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but
Yeah,
then what about
despite the
their people
fact that majority of the time when it came down to like ceasefire agreements and everything, Israel was the one that broke the ceasefire agreements the most.
Yep.
Like, oh, God, I fucking I really hate liberals. Oh my god.
They are annoying.
Like this video, he's just repeating like just fucking talking points from the media, like mainstream media, and like what Israel says. Like Israel can do no wrong.
Even though Israel has.
I mean, I'm sure he made a video after this one, because this one I believe was coming like off the tailpipe of the October 7th attacks, right?
Right.
No shot it wasn't. Yeah, October 7th. There you go.
Yep.
who lost their lives in this abhorrent attack on civilians. Over the coming days, the Department of Defense will work to ensure that Israel has what it needs to defend itself and protect civilians from indiscriminate violence and terrorism. A large portion of Israel's military technology and equipment comes from the United States. There are U.S. troops stationed in Israel right now, and according to Brigadier General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon's top spokesman, these soldiers are safe and accounted for with no troop movements planned right now. According to this U.S. government document, the U.S. in 2022 upped their military aid to Israel from $2.6 billion per year in 1999 to today standing at about $3.8 billion in assistance.
Wait, what did that say? That's not to the point unbiased reporting. That has a very obvious pro-Israel take.
Part of this aid was designed to make Israel's defense more self-sufficient, stating, quote, U.S. military aid also has helped Israel build its domestic defense industry, which now ranks as one of the top global arms exporters. Israel spends 4.3% of their $488 billion GDP on defense, or about $23 billion in 2022. Hamas, on the other hand, likely spends $1 billion annually and receives their funding from a various assortment of nations, including Iran. In fact, the
Iran, Qatar, those are the two main ones. But, like, you're comparing apples to oranges, though. Just dead ass.
U.S. State Department claims Iran provides $100 million to Hamas each year. Although U.S. sanctions against Iran after pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal might have limited this number more recently. Dozens of countries, including the United States, there is suspicion that Iran might
cut off shit again.
Yep. He really likes saying some heinous things.
What's going on here? That's the second time I've caught it. He's not being sneaky about it.
No, he's really not.
I'm guessing it was either like inherently like misleading information or just outright wrong information. That's the only thing I can think of.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was outright wrong.
Might have played a very direct role in helping to support and plan these attacks by Hamas against Israel. Why now? The suggested reason is that Iran is trying to prevent their main rival, Saudi Arabia, from normalizing ties with Israel. On the other hand, Palestinian news outlets claim the attack is because 2023 has been the deadliest year for Palestine in over 2 decades, with 200 Palestinians being killed this year. So from Palestine's point of view, they're claiming
it's been over 10,000 in just since the October 7th.
That they say that this is because of atrocities committed by Israel. It could be a combination of several different factors. The United States would like to see Saudi Arabia and Israel sign some kind of agreement to normalize relations. According to the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, they're getting closer and closer to reaching a deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. That alliance would have been very bad news for Iran. Since 2020, there's been a group of different Arab countries.
Hey, it's now 2024.
Yep.
Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year's.
Kind of sucks. It was a little bit of a sad
yeah
thing to, go into the New Year's for, but oh, such is life.
Such is life.
I guess since it's New Year's, do you have any resolutions?
Um, Not particularly that I am able to say via stream, mostly due to secrecy of what I'm working on or have planned to work on.
I think I already know what you had mentioned to me earlier.
Yeah,
I
that
imagine that's
that'll
some stuff.
that's a lot of stuff, and that'll take some time. But something that I know is kind of cliched at this point, but I don't give a shit. Maybe lose some weight,
I
not
would,
too much.
I wouldn't mind losing some of my chunk too.
Well, I'm not thinking that I need to lose weight because I'm chonk. I just need to lose weight in the form of staying fit. I think I'm at a comfortable weight and I'm happy with my weight. I just need to tone my body essentially. Like I have all of the muscle mass there. I just need to work it out to tone the muscle, you know?
Yeah,
I really just need to get that workout, get that muscle starting to form up and firm up.
I might do so before, like, I go to work. Like, go and
Right.
some exercise. And the one thing I hope I don't lose though is I hope I don't lose my ass. I have a great ass.
You heard it here first, folks. I hope I don't lose my ass. Grow the Nerp 2024.
Oh,
First quote of the year.
oh boy.
I hope you don't lose your ass either. Otherwise, we'll have to go and find it.
It's not what I meant. Ugh.
What about you? Aside from not losing your ass.
Fuck. No, mostly just losing some chalk.
Oh,
Cut down on my belly a little bit. Outside of that, I don't really know. Probably not look for an SO.
no?
No, I told you I was taking a break from that.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you had taken the entire year, though. That's.
Who knows? Time will tell.
Yeah, fair enough. I was going to say, don't make that a resolution.
Why not?
Stay single a whole year. Woo!
I mean, you can be happy single.
Well, of course, I'm not saying that you can't. Don't get me wrong. There are people out there that are happy single. Who knows? It might even be you. I did tell you that one.
What?
That you might be happier staying.
I don't
Try it out. Maybe time will tell.
know.
including and led
Anyways.
by the United Arab Emirates, have opened up diplomatic relations with Israel. This is a concept known as rapprochement that's important to understand here. Rapprochement basically means an establishment or resumption of harmonious relations between two countries. And it appeared like the Middle East was possibly heading towards resolving some long-held disputes. The Saudi Foreign Ministry put out an official statement and called for an immediate halt to the fighting, protection for civilians, and they also noted its previous
Yeah, the reason why is because you know, it's mostly for one, like, a PR move, right? Because Saudi Arabia wants to do some business with, like, China and Russia and stuff, right?
Right.
It's mostly just PR.
Yep.
warnings to Israel about the effects of its ongoing occupation of Palestine.
As well as, like, you know, Saudi Arabia and Israel don't really like each other.
They really don't.
Well, Israel's been pissing off all of its neighbors in the Middle East, though, is the thing.
Palestinian territory. That's what Saudi Arabia said. Here's footage of Iran's parliament yelling death to Israel, which might be why people believe Iran planned this attack.
I don't even think this is true, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like staged.
Like I don't speak Arabic, right? But I don't. If memory serves me right, I think that that talking point was quickly debunked.
Yeah,
I don't
because
think
that
that they were
sounds like
saying
something
that.
that was gotten out real fast.
Like this footage is incredibly grainy. There's no shot that this wasn't like.
You
There's
can't
no
even see
shot this was this
news
year.
name. No way.
This looks like fucking 2002.
Yeah, I was about to say early 2000s.
Like there's
I was about to say 2006.
like
What
like
even is that newscast?
like honestly, it's just more. It just gives me more or less just like Islamophobia vibes.
Fair.
So these attacks by Hamas could be an attempt to prevent this alliance between Israel and Saudi Arabia from going through. What might happen from
Yeah,
here
that's-
on
yeah,
out
that's
is
why.
that Israel may launch wider attacks against Hamas in Gaza. I mean, if we look back at the 2008 conflict in Gaza, the war zone run by Tyler Rodgeway pointed out that at that time, Israel launched a 15-day-long ground assault into Gaza on January 3rd, 2009. And that attack
It kind of like Israel breaks its ceasefires a lot.
Who would have guessed?
resulted in 1,440 Palestinians being KIA and only 13 Israeli deaths. And according to a 2009 U.S. Congressional Research Service report, quote, Israel's technological superiority and reliance on heavy armor and firepower contributed to a wide disparity in casualties. So it's possible that we could see that happen again. It's also possible that Hezbollah could open up a second front in the north on Israel's northern border, or more attacks could come from the west.
Hezbollah is totally gonna do that. Been 2 months.
Yep,
Yeah, it's because
2 months.
yes, because Lebanon totally is going to be invading fucking Israel.
Totally.
Ugh, it's interesting watching dumb people who only know like just the Israeli like propaganda that they've been spoon-fed their entire life, and like not know anything about like the history that Israel has with all of its neighboring countries.
Mm-hmm.
The sieges and that they've done on Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, all
Yep.
of those. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why one of the reasons on why a lot of its fucking neighbors don't like Israel.
Yeah, because Israel's doing all of the terrible shit.
Like, I'm not saying that the other side doesn't do terrible shit either. Absolutely, they do. But like, that's a factor on why a lot of countries in the Middle East do not like Israel. Because one thing that a lot of people don't recognize that before the apartheid state of Israel was founded, Christians, Jews, and Muslims all got along perfectly fine, like way beforehand.
Of course.
It mostly just, I honestly think Israel is just more or less an extension of the American state.
It
Because,
might
like,
as well be at this point.
well, like the reason why I say that is because when it comes to like say UN voting shit or whatever, or just in general, like Israel is always on the side of the US. Like I'll use the embargoes that were put on Cuba. Right, they were every country voted to remove the embargoes off of Cuba, except for two. You can probably guess which ones they were.
Israel and US.
Because of course it was the US. Of course it was Israel.
Because of course it was.
Like Cuba made their own like COVID vaccine, right? But they couldn't really administer it because of the embargo, which limited things like, say, needles. Like, yeah.
West Bank. If you want to stay in the loop and up to date.
This video. This video made me mad. It was just all fucking talking points that Israel and the IDF used as justification.
It was just what you thought it was gonna be. Yep.
See if this other one. AJ Plus, how Israel was created.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary Arthur Balfour.
So, I imagine they're probably going to be going into some of the history, how Israel was created.
Right.
So, after World War II, you know, the British had promised land to Zionists, as well as had promised to keep Palestine intact.
Right.
You know, they like I mentioned earlier, Britain was looking at Uganda and Argentina. But I guess, like, ultimately they decide to push it off, let the newly formed UN to decide what to do with the situation. I guess that's just where they decided to put the apartheid state.
Yep.
Like, the funny thing is, though, is if you talk to a Jewish person, they will tell you that they are in permanent exile. Like it says in their scripture that they are in permanent exile.
Yep.
And like the funny thing about, you know, the whole like Zionist movement and everything is that really the only people that I like in the West that I see like, you know, completely advocating for Israel is Zionist Christians mostly. And
wow.
and neo-Nazis. Because
Outstanding.
because the neo-Nazis don't care that you know, as long as they're over there, they don't give a shit what the fuck's going on over there.
Exactly.
In fact, if anything, it's more beneficial for them to support them because, you know, they're committing genocide and all that shit, right?
Neo-Nazis, hooray, loving genocide.
And you know, on top of that, you know, Christian Zionists just fucking love LARPing for Israel.
You gotta love it. Oh, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you say. It's as long as they're not here, right?
Exactly.
It's complete.
Balfour wrote a letter that would set off a conflict still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel.
From what I've seen, AG Plus generally tends to do like good informative work. I'm not really too sure what they're going to be doing with, you know, this video. I imagine
Right.
I imagine since they're like more like they're more liberal, they'll probably take a more liberal approach. Maybe like try to soften the rough edges of Israel a little bit. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see.
Let's start with the obvious question. Why were the British making promises about other people's countries? The short answer, empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy, the Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did.
No, not the
Hollywood even made a
Ottomans.
movie about it.
No.
Arabia's for the Arabs now.
Yeah,
That-
and one thing that transpired these negotiations that had to put them on pause was World War II.
Yep.
That's what I've told them anyway. That's what they think. That's why they're fighting. Oh, surely.
A month after Balfour's letter, British troops took Palestine, ending 400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who
No,
lived there
not the
were Arabs,
Ottomans.
mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. At a time when many Jews were suffering horrific persecution in Europe, they felt Palestine could be an escape. The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt
Yeah, the main reason why is because it was a very right-wing. It's Zionism is a very right-wing philosophy.
It is. And it's very
Which is-
bad.
Yeah, which is why it was like a fringe part of European Jews as well as like North American Jews as well.
Yep.
Like most non-Israeli Jews are very anti-Zionist.
I wonder why.
they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution. But Zionism as a political movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years, perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will perceive it.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Mostly for selfish gain.
As well as I imagine there is probably some like anti-Semitism going on as well.
Political dominance. Other bullshit.
Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth. Others, like Balfour, believed that getting the Jewish people...
And, you know, that align, like, the Christian zealots align a lot with the Christian Zionists on a lot of things, just straight up.
out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary when he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain that their future country would be a reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration, this British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires, and the winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote to one of his colleagues.
For in Palestine we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was. And so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency. To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people. In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British...
I wonder if they're gonna... I imagine that they have to, because like it's such a big part of like the Israeli Palestinian history. Like there's no shot that they don't mention.
Well, they could just choose to not mention it, but that would go...
Well, no, they've mentioned things that I'm actually kind of surprised that they've mentioned. So, you know, and like to get a sense of, you know, what the hell is actually going on over there, you know, it's kind of important that you bring up the Nakba. Arguably one of the most important things to happen.
Yep.
The government sent a commission called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939, by which time about 10% of Palestine's adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So, here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration. To the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger.
Here it is.
More than
world
60
at
million
war.
people were killed in World War II, including 6 million Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration.
Yeah, and you want to know. Yeah, and the funny thing is that, you know, Palestine actually took in a lot of Jewish refugees during World War II.
Oh.
And, you know, I guess the thanks that they get is genocide.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations to
This
clean
is
up.
what I mean. This is what I meant, you know. They kind of just like prolonged it and waited for the UN to deal with it
Yep.
and clean up Britain's mess.
Hooray!
Up its mess. Alright, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story, so let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN's solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jew.
And keep in mind that, you know, that was actually a really good deal for Israel. But they, if I'm not mistaken, I think they rejected it.
Right.
Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionists
that's another thing too. The Palestinians do understandably so.
leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it. In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods. They attacked villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of western Jerusalem that had been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage."
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948, when the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country.
And this was only just the start, too.
Of course, it's only the beginning. It has to get worse.
People fled. fearing they would be
That it
next.
does.
Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה של בן גוריון לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר של כפר. למה? לא רצו שתהיה, לא חזרה ולא זכר של המקום.
By the time Britain ended its mandate on May 15, 1948, 250,000 Palestinians had fled. The night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine, but the Israeli army was better equipped, better organized.
Yeah. The funny thing, right, about this, right, is that under Netanyahu's rule, right, the leader of the IDF is so radical and so right-wing that they didn't allow him into the IDF. Like straight up.
Too radical.
Like straight up. He was incredibly fucking bloodthirsty that even the IDF said no. Like, I'm not even joking about that. I wish I was.
This bloodthirsty group kicked out or it completely negated someone from joining them because they were too bloodthirsty.
Yeah, and now he's
I
in
see.
charge of the IDF.
Who would have guessed?
It's not really surprising. Israel is very fascist.
Mm-hmm.
Like even like Benjamin Netanyahu said, you know, you have to tone it down a little bit. We need sympathy from the rest of the world to continue doing what we're doing.
Look, we need to keep the world stupid as to what it is we're planning.
I do think that this round of attacks was definitely the turning point for like even most liberals.
Liberal milkshake.
Well, this like since October 7th, a lot of people have been more about the history of Israel Palestine, right?
Yep.
Which, you know, first of all, that's a good thing to see.
Mm-hmm.
Pro-Palestinian protests gotten so much more than people turn out than Israel.
Yep.
It's crazy. I mean, you've seen the I don't know, but I don't know if you have, but I've seen the comparisons at Capitol Hill.
I haven't.
Yeah, no. For Capitol Hill, like, entire fucking parliament building surrounded by pro-Palestinian protesters compared to the pro-Zionist protesters, which only had, like, at best, half of them.
Ah.
That's at best.
Right.
And unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied,
I'm actually
towns were given
surprised that they brought the Death March in. That's very surprising.
Yeah.
They have to mention the Nakba then. They have to. Because that is arguably the turning point.
Yeah.
Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other empty towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN secured an armistice, 3/4 of the Palestinian people had become refugees. In Arabic, they call this the Nakba,
There it
literally
is.
the catastrophe. The new
They
state
didn't really touch on too much of the Nakba, Like one thing that happened during the Nakba is people brought their keys with them because they thought that, you know, they were eventually going to be home, right?
Right.
But it didn't happen. Yeah, I knew that they were going to mention it. Once they mentioned the death march, it was foreseen that they were going to mention the Nakba. No shot that they weren't.
Exactly.
Of Israel made up 78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been.
Nope.
Palestine had been erased. In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967 it occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule.
I mean,
And
they
so
still
today,
are
the population
occupying
of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal. But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no
I
prospect
don't think
of
I can show
independence.
that.
The Nakba
No,
era
I don't think
tactics
so
of
either.
settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them.
Those people, so disgusting.
Hmm. Man, that's
That gives me that kind. It gives me that kind of vibe when an interviewer interviewed a Zionist in Israel, and he's said something along the lines of like, "Oh, there's no such thing as the Palestinian people," and then like even she was shocked.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you've seen that video or not.
I haven't, but like it's still insane to hear.
Like,
Like what? People are insane these days, man.
yeah,
Like the world has just gone to hell faster and faster as years have
I
gone
mean,
on.
there is a rise in global fascism, so.
I'm not surprised.
But there also has been a growing rise in global leftism, though. Like
Right,
a
but
lot
also
more,
like
a lot more like millennials and Gen and like Zoomers are identifying as like socialist or communist or whatever. Oh. And like a lot of the older generations becoming more and more fascist. Like I mean, like no group's a monolith, right? I mean, you
of
have
course.
you have younger who are identifying as fascist, and then older people identifying as like socialist and communist and all that.
Yeah.
Israel has taken the land but wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid.
Yeah,
To see-
even Human Rights Watch, like in the UN, has called it an apartheid state. That really made Israel mad. You know, this was actually a good video.
Mm-hmm.
They took a very unbiased approach to it.
Very, very much just how, as the name implies, how Israel was created.
Compared to the last video that fucking
Jesus. Yeah, no, there was nothing, pissing you off the entire time.
Hello, DV.
Palestinian Sunni Islamic fundamentalist group known as Hamas made announcements.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, that other video, the AG Plus video was fine, but the other video was kind of bad.
Yeah.
It was just like every like talking point that I've heard of.
Yep.
I'll watch this wisecrack.
Can we make fun of dead people?
Well, it's coming off of the Henry Kissinger stuff,
Oh.
which, you know, he can rest in peace for all I care.
I mean, they're dead. What are they gonna do? Come back at you and haunt you?
Sure. I mean, like there's a really famous quote out there about Kissinger being like, if you knew what Henry Kissinger did in Cambodia, you'd want to beat him to death with your bare hands. Like he was
What type
responsible
of
for
bear?
the bombings of Laos and Cambodia during the Vietnam War.
Yep.
He said anything that flies on anything that moves. Which the fuck does Laos and Cambodia have to do with it?
I have no idea.
Like, you know, there was like speculation that they were using the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Laos and Cambodia.
So lately, I've been thinking about how people are going to react when I die.
And now to sing a song, the son of the deceased.
Friday night. Now, it'll be one thing if I get struck by lightning while doing a do in a porta potty. And if that's the case, please laugh away. You have my full permission. It's very funny. Post the video online. I don't care. But otherwise, I hope that when I meet my mortal
Post the
end,
video online.
even
Yeah,
my
someone
worst
in a porta
enemies will
potty
frown
gets
and
struck
say,
by lightning.
you know, he had bad hair and a bad attitude, and he was really pale, and kind of sickly looking all the time. But he was nice to servers, and he tipped pretty well to him. And I don't think that's really asking for too much, because as a society, we tend to go pretty easy on people after they kick the bucket. We write musicals about famous artists while forgetting those.
I don't. I don't.
Look, too many people will start singing your praises when you're dead, just
Bro.
because they don't have a proverbial duck.
Bro, I was popping
I
off.
almost fucking auto-corrected myself. I was just about to say they don't have a proverbial dick to suck, but no,
yeah.
my brain was like, no, they don't have a proverbial duck to sick.
Aye.
Yeah, no, I'm a little tired.
As an example, when I said I don't, I popped off when Henry Kissinger, you know, died.
Well, fuck, what was it? The Queen? God save the Queen? Yeah, God saved her from.
I mean,
you
I
know.
honestly think the monarchy should have died with the Queen.
Well, it should have, obviously, but fuck that. Oh, we still need the monarchy and all this other oi bruv shit.
The
Hey,
only
go take your bad teeth and run away, please.
Oi, bruv. Well, like
you can take the Queen and her Yorkshire tea gold.
Well,
whatever.
here, like all that, like the Queen or the King is just a fucking figurehead. They don't do anything.
What are you? I am the head of the government, or basically the ruler of your country. Why?
I mean,
they just need someone to look at, so they all look at me.
I mean, like on top of that, like so
Can we
many people or so many countries have been leaving the Commonwealth as well.
Can we just replace them with a cat, or like a picture of a cat?
The royalty?
Yeah, can we just replace the monarchy with a picture of a cat and call it like Fred the Cat? They rule us now, Fred the Cat, and all they really want is snuggles. Fine, our new government head, Fred the Cat, roaming the streets, sometimes with a pastry in its mouth.
I mean, he probably wouldn't get into many or as many controversies as like fucking King Charles.
Fair enough.
Like,
oh no, Fred the Cat found in local garbage can asking for another pastry.
Like,
you received one.
Like, wasn't Epstein and King Charles like close or something like that?
Yeah, they were.
Like, there are only two conspiracy theories I buy into, right? Because they're just incredibly believable. That's the Epstein stuff, and the Klondike Papers.
Ah, yes, the Klondike Papers.
I mean, the Klondike Papers like allegedly like outed a bunch of like mostly conservative and liberal MPs, but like, you know, when I dug into it, I'm like, you know, this is just regular like stuff that politicians do. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did it or are planning on doing it.
They're doing it right now.
And like my takes on the
Epstein shit.
The Epstein stuff is similar to Hassan's, right? I think he was just CIA'd and too many things were like very were too convenient.
Too many things add up.
Well, usually when someone has a bunch of dirt on like a lot of like very rich and powerful people, they usually tend to get CIA'd. No, it's no secret that they do, or that they don't. Anyways.
Incredible accusations of child molestation. We romanticize presidents who notoriously the bed on every aspect of foreign policy, not to mention made extramarital affairs their secondary profession. We made a nonagenarian playboy the champion of free speech, rather than just some guy that wanted to sell nudes of Marilyn Monroe. And yet the reaction to Henry Kissinger's recent demise was the digital equivalent of a Taylor Swift concert causing a minor earthquake. To be clear, that wasn't just a metaphor. That's a real thing that happened, by the way. Also, Swifties, I want my bracelets still. Someone said they were gonna send me one of the bracelets. I would like a bracelet. And while they weren't actually dancing on the former Secretary of State's grave, many politicians and journalists abandoned conventional decorum, resulting in headlines like Rolling Stone's Henry Kissinger, war criminal beloved by America's ruling class, finally dies.
Give me a hell yeah!
Journalist Spencer Ackerman goes on to write of the brutal Chilean dictator Kissinger's policies brought to power. Pinochet's torture chambers were the maternity.
Yeah, Pinochet, you know, the fascist dictator in Chile, you know, who famously like took people who disagreed with him, put them in helicopters, and like slit open their fucking like abdomens and pushed them out of the helicopters. You know, Kissinger had a lot to play in that.
That he did.
Ward of neoliberalism, a baby delivered bloody and screaming by Henry Kissinger. And to be clear, I'm not going to be diplomatic here. I'm just going to say it. Henry Kissinger was bad.
Based.
Yep, I'm saying it. Henry Kissinger, bad guy. If you don't listen to me, Anthony Bourdain had a really good quote on that, and everyone seems to like him.
Who once said, once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death.
Cambodia. I mean, I've also heard it with, oh no, it is Cambodia.
Yeah, you said Cambodia before. You're not contradicting yourself here.
Yeah, I just couldn't. Yeah, no, this was the quote. Like, it's very famous.
Yeah, that it is.
With your bare hands.
Now, Kissinger extended the Vietnam War for years,
Yeah,
solely to
that's
get Nixon
another thing.
elected.
Nixon and Kissinger potentially prolonged the Vietnam War.
Yep.
Like, it was a losing war for the U.S., and they still prolonged it. And, you know, they tried, the reason why they kept trying to prolong it was because, you know, they're making shit money off, like the weapons dealers were making shit tons of money off of it, right? And like, all that.
Illegal firearms and other shit.
He catalyzed genocides in East Timor and Bangladesh. He illegally bombed Cambodia and Laos to smithereens.
See?
He supported...
I told you, it was Cambodia and Laos.
Yep.
violent insurgencies in southern Africa. Kissinger is basically the kid that did every extracurricular activity in high school, except that all those activities were different types of war crimes. So it's not surprising that some might feel more like hocking a loogie on his coffin than waxing poetic about his positive qualities. If you want to try to list a positive quality of Kissinger in the comments, go for it. But given the way
Good
plenty
luck.
of bad dudes have been
The
romanticized,
best thing that
it
happened
feels
to
worth
him that
asking,
he
why
did
was
was die.
Like, straight up. Oh, man. Like, everyone, like, I remember when, like, people were, like, just to gauge how disliked Henry Kissinger was, even American liberals didn't like him. So, but yeah, like, what I remember when he, like, died, everyone's like, oh, he died so young. I'm like, bitch, what? He had a full fucking life. He lived to 100 and he killed at least, like, indirectly killed at least, like, to 5 million people. Like, what are you saying?
Exactly. It's like 100 years old. Nah, that guy can kick the bucket.
Yeah, you can fucking die for all you.
is Henry Kissinger given a uniquely harsh treatment? And for that matter, how does a society decide how to treat the dead? And do we really owe the not so dearly departed our respect? Well,
No,
let's find out in this
I honestly don't think so.
The only time you should respect the dead is if the dead did something that deserved your respect when they were alive.
Yeah, like Lenin.
Well, of course, do something genuinely good. And I mean wholeheartedly, unequivocally good, you know. Like, build extra housing for those that need it, grow extra crops and feed those that are hungry. You know, some objectively good things. But Kissinger over here, all the wrinkle tart can, well, let's just say he looks like the underside of the moon.
The
I mean, look
dark
at all those
side of the
dark
moon.
spots.
The dark side of the moon.
Glad we'd ever seen it.
video, is it okay to speak ill of the dead
Yes.
when their name is Henry Kissinger?
Yes.
Now, our society tends to take a gloves-on approach to death. We still invoke the old adage, don't speak ill of the dead, which historians date back to 6th century BC philosopher Chilon of Sparta, who admonished, of the dead.
I mean, like, here's the thing, right? If they were a piece of shit living, why the fuck would I respect them when they are dead? Like genuine question.
I don't know. I mean, like, you wouldn't really want to respect them if they're a piece of shit when they're alive, you know? Like, yeah, no, right. We're gonna paint a small picture here for a second. There's this kid growing up. His name is Billy, right? He's an asshole all the time. He is always pushing you around, shoving you, calling you names. He gets a better job than you and whatnot, and he's always trying to make you feel like shit. But deep down, you know that you don't really care. So he's just there being needlessly mean and an asshole. Till one day, he's just like, oh, I'm gonna do some serious, seriously heinous shit to you. And then all of a sudden, something bad happens to you, undeterminedly bad, that you just know that, that Billy son of a bitch, he did it, and then he dies, 2.5 years later, just because something, natural causes, what have you, and then you're like, well, should I respect this Billy bastard that is torturing me and just being a piece of shit? Fuck no, Billy was an asshole.
Like, I'm a firm believer that anyone can change, right?
Right.
Whether it be for good or for whether it be for better or for worse, right?
No offense to any Billies out there that might be watching this. I just happen to use your name as the example.
The Billies are like, wow, the fuck, dude.
Billy's like, yo, man, what did we do, Floof? Nothing, Billy's. I'm sure you're fine. And yes, you in the back with a Y. I see you.
Yeah, like, yeah, no, I think anyone can change for better or for worse, with the exception of Kissinger. Kissinger, dog shit, man.
Said nothing but good. Of course, Chiron also said gesticulation in speaking should be avoided as a mark of insanity, which is a proverb that seems to be targeting our Italian friends. So we're sorry, Italians.
No, we're
with
not.
you on this one.
No, we're not.
We also want
Not this time.
a bit of the pizza pie.
Mamma
But
mia.
apart from a
just
Spartan
want
who
the
hated
pizza.
hand gestures, humanity has long been preoccupied with the right way to treat and speak of the dead. Of course, for most of human history, dealing with dead people looked different. In ancient Egypt, elaborate death and mourning rituals weren't just for kicks. They reflected the power wielded by dead people. As historian Julia Trochet writes, the dead in ancient Egypt remained actors whose social capital could be effectively exploited within the social, religious, and political networks of the living. The living would call on the dead for help with everything from finances to fertility, and dead folks were believed to be able to combat illness and injustice. Most notably, the kings were believed to have godlike powers in death, which is why even Angelina Jolie can't get away with raiding their tombs unscathed. The worlds of the living and the dead were similarly porous in the West, in part because death was just sort of everywhere. Life expectancy tapped out at around 30. Plagues could wipe out entire towns overnight, and death was just a lot more intimately familiar. I mean, not least because people usually just died in their own homes. Christianity curbed some of the associated anxiety because it viewed death less as a flashing game over sign.
Snake, are you okay?
Oh no.
And more as a next
Oh,
step
no.
in the journey of your all-important soul. And the people you left behind felt a lot of responsibility for helping you along that path. As writer Kate Berridge explains, until the mid-16th century, the living believed they could influence the passage of the soul of the deceased. They acted as spiritual caretakers, and with prayers and masses, sought to hasten the soul's departure from purgatory. To that end, those who could afford to would leave posthumous endowments to fund prayers and services, or even entire chapels and designated priests to do the work for their souls. Viewed this way, honoring the dead was paramount, while bad-mouthing them risked keeping them stuck in the eternal DMV waiting room in the sky. But the same concern wasn't always extended to the dead person's body. And unless you were nobility prior to the 16th century, you were likely buried in an unmarked grave or at most given a little wooden cross. This society, like William Martin Joel knew, the Protestant Reformation changed views of death by doing away with the Catholic concept of purgatory. And just a little, history of religion nerd cliff note here. Purgatory wasn't really biblical canon, and the Protestants were all about going by the book. Now, scholar Carlos Ayer calls this a big contributor to the secularization of society, and a significant first step towards the elevation of this world as the ultimate reality and towards the extinction of the soul. In other words, the bond between the living and the dead was extinguished. Most believe that the dead were now just gone for good, so there wasn't much reason to spend tons of time doing masses in their name. And death thus began its slow retreat from everyday life. The Renaissance had also accelerated secularization, which contributed to death's transformation. Individuals, and especially nobility, became more worried about their posthumous honor or reputation on earth rather than the fate of their soul. In other words, legacy became everything. The retreat of the soul and the elevation of a person's earthly legacy were both indicative of a culture that prized individuality, also the result of the Protestant Reformation and the Renaissance. Now, being dead, of course, makes it hard to be an individual. Or as Carl Jung put it, all the corpses in the world are chemically identical. Your quirky sense of humor or incredible breakdancing chops thus only survive in how the living think, talk, or dance about you. And that's no small burden. As Berridge explains, the greater the celebration of individuality, the sharper death's sting has become. Loss of identity is an insupportable concept, and this is central to the compulsion to commemorate. And what better way to be remembered on Earth than through an obituary? As far back as Roman times, people in the West have written about their newly expired comrades via death notices. But this obituary
Sorry,
today
they're
didn't really
expired
pop
now.
off until the mid-19th century newspaper boom. This was the Victorian era, a time of extreme sentimentalism, and obituaries captivated audiences with gruesome, tragic deathbed scenes and overdramatic lamentations of loss. One iconic example is this one. Within the short period of a year, she was a bride, a beloved wife and companion, a mother, a corpse. Yeah, you didn't see that coming, right? A real reversal at the end. It's like M. Night Shyamalan wrote that friggin' obituary. As journalism professionalized in the early 20th century, obituaries cut out weeping to give more objective, though generally positive accounts of the person's life, work, and achievements. Undergoing something of a revolution since the 1980s, obituaries have since developed more flair, panache, and opinion. Still, even in their most honest iterations, they tend to blunt unattractive truths. According to journalist Marilyn Johnson's recounting of the standard euphemisms, we all know that "he didn't suffer fools gladly" translates as a complete bastard. Gave colorful counts of his exploits, liar. Powerful negotiator, bully. Affable and hospitable at every hour, chronic alcoholic. One journalist explains the basic humanity behind.
And I knew that like shitting on dead people wasn't like a new thing, but it's just really funny to come up.
Well, you know what? If someone's gonna be writing my obituaries, I want them to be brutally honest. Like both, like put in some good, some bad, and some of just the dumb shit. Like, look at all the good shit the Floof did when he was alive. Yeah, but look at all the bad shit he also did. Now look at some of the stupid shit that he did to balance it out, sort of.
Oh, I got stories for you, don't worry.
You remember the time he balanced his head on a sword while spinning upside down on fire? Yeah, that was stupid. When did he do that? When he was 37 years of age. How was he spinning on a sword? You know what? We don't know.
This inclination. You tend to want to be kind because they're at the end of their life. You want to note the things they did that were good and the things about them that were valuable.
I mean, the thing is about that though is like, chances are if they were a piece of shit like near the end of their life, chances are they were always like.
Yep.
And just didn't really want to go through the growth and confrontations that about themselves that were a little bit of a hard pill to swallow, right?
I'm old. I don't want to admit that I'm wrong. Where's my porridge for the 17th time? These pants are too tight.
It's cold in here.
Where's my blanket?
Too hot now.
Who are you? This isn't the porridge I asked for.
In a secular, individualistic world where there's nothing
John
for you
Q.
after
Public.
death and all you leave behind is your reputation, that approach to obituaries does seem fundamentally decent. But when it comes to figures who have wielded significant power over our world, calling a liar colorful or a bully a good negotiator has more serious implications. If you doubt that how we talk about the dead matters, consider the fact that good old Ronald Reagan's aides spent a decade preparing the 10-day-long tributes and rituals that memorialized his death in 2004. It was in a project dubbed Operation Serenade, which they called
Ronald Reagan's dead?
Yeah? You didn't realize?
Let's fucking go. No, I didn't know he was dead. Let's fucking go.
Dude, he died like, what, 5, 10, 13 years ago? 2004? I mean, yeah, Ronald Reagan wasn't really a good president.
Arguably. Just straight up.
We need the Floof as president of the United States. That guy, he'd run the states very well.
Honestly, the only person I want to one of the only people I want to charge the states is Bernie.
Bernard Sanders.
Bernie Sanders.
Yo, hey Bernard, get in there, Sanders.
Sanders.
Uncle Sandals. He's walking on the beach.
Legacy building event. I just think if you die and you need a legacy building event, you probably weren't building much of a legacy, were you? The media put up little resistance, covering the orchestrated commemorations, such that they seem to have emerged spontaneously and surprisingly from ordinary people. While early reporting weighed Reagan's uglier legacy, like his racist attacks on black women who received welfare, or his destruction of the Air Traffic Controller Union, against the positives of his legacy, like his sunny demeanor, all criticism quickly evaporated into slobbery admiration over the spectacle. As scholars Carolyn
that's
Kitch
not
and
really
Janice Hume
surprising,
write,
though.
what began as coverage of a ceremony sprung from political public relations became, over a week of journalism, seemingly a read on the pulse of America. A portrait of the character of the country's common folk and an assessment of their place in history. By Kitch and Hume's analysis, Reagan's own weaponization of nostalgia for a better time in the 1980s evolved into full-blown nostalgia for Reagan's presidency, effectively creating a second layer of amnesia in Americans' public memory.
It's like what you and Claudia say. They're blind to it.
Obituaries falsely revered him as the most popular president ever to leave office, who fostered Cold War might. And this doesn't reflect reality. Journalist Will Bunch notes that Reagan averaged 53% approval ratings in the Gallup poll, which made him pretty mid. And his presidency was riddled with controversies, like the Iran-Contra scandal. You just look that up.
Yeah.
You just title.
Yeah. That's definitely something that he did.
Yep.
That's not even getting on to a lot of the other shit that he was on doing. Like, he did so many misplays during the Cold War, just straight up.
Yeah. It's hard to name them all.
You just type into Google Iran-Contra and just read about it.
As well as, he coined the term Reaganomics, which was devastating to pretty much everyone.
That's because they all subscribe to it. Hey, I would like one serving of Reaganomics, please.
The rich people will take care of us.
No, they
trickle
won't.
down, trust me.
And then let me know if you think it's good. Let me know if you think that Iran-Contra was good.
A few months ago, I told the American people I did not trade arms for hostages. My heart and my best intentions still tell me that's true.
Liar, dude.
But the facts and the evidence tell me it is not.
And all that spin had political consequences. At the time, George W. Bush's administration was pleased that the tributes eclipsed negative coverage of the Iraq War, while his advisors speculated that Reagan's death would give Bush, who many saw as his tailor-made successor, a bump in the polls.
That's
I
funny.
almost just made a cocaine joke about George Bush, but then I didn't, but I almost did. As Bunch writes, a generation
it's
of Reagan...
really hard not to, though, make a cocaine joke about Bush. Either that or, making the dumb joke that he's dumb.
I mean, it doesn't take a smart person to call him dumb.
It does not.
Look, I'll do it right now. George Bush is dumb.
Era ideologues stepped into America's memory hole and reintroduced him as someone different.
Being nice.
He was no longer an ex-actor turned great communicator following a script, but rather a political thinker and a man of God with an extraordinary character. If you ever try to step into my memory hole without permission, I'll take you out. This image rehabilitation continues to
Yes,
make
the
invoking
memory
Reagan
hole.
a winning
Do not
strategy for
enter.
Republican politicians, despite the diligent work of many YouTubers who want nothing more, I don't know, than just to remind you that a lot of the bad stuff traces back to Reagan. It doesn't mean that we're not all fervent young Republicans. It just means that if you look at some of the bad stuff now and you trace it back and you look up, you're like, oh, hello, Mr. Reagan. And he's just standing there and his pants are
Hello,
off.
Mr.
That's why
Reagan.
politics can be tough. This urge
And his
not to
pants
speak
are
ill
off.
of even the most powerful dead people.
I mean, politics is all that complicated to understand.
It's not all that complicated, but some people are just like, oh, it's politics. I don't know shit. And it's like, you just choose not to know shit.
And you decide to get triggered when someone tells you something about your guy that you don't like or agree with.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, fuck. Say what you want about the guy I vote for. I don't care.
Also, great pause frame, by the way. Looks like he just lifted his head up from Yeah.
People, especially by journalists who would happily criticize them in life, speaks to our general culture of compulsory sympathy for the deceased. In this way, how we discuss the dead says more about us than it does about them. Adam Smith observed this in the mid-18th century, around the time the transformation of secularization and individualization was starting to solidify. He argued, as Berridge summarizes, that a significant component of our morality is determined by the fact that the dead function as a mirror of our own mortality. Empathy for the dead is at the root of our compulsion to honor them. That is to say, we imagine we were lying in that mahogany coffin instead and worry how we would be talked about.
I don't know what to tell you, bud. We're just shooting funerals and showing the ones where the bodies fly out.
Sigmund Freud would concur, writing, "Consideration for the dead, who, after all, no longer need it, is more important to us than the truth, and certainly for most of us than consideration for the living." In this way, treating Reagan well in his death carried greater moral urgency than highlighting the people his policies had hurt. The countless black folks imprisoned for petty drug charges and the war on drugs.
I mean, he also started the war on drugs, too.
Yep.
That was cool.
And by next year, our spending for drug law enforcement will have more than tripled from its 1981 levels.
Or the countless AIDS patients who suffered as Reagan's refusal to take action on, much less talk about the disease, left treatment.
Yeah, because it was only a, quote unquote, only a disease that fucking affected gay people.
AIDS?
Yeah, HIV/AIDS.
Oh, great. Yeah, sure.
Which isn't the
it doesn't,
case.
by the way. It affects everyone.
I mean, people saw how, the AIDS epidemic happened, right? And then the LGBT also recognized the similarities that were going to be going on with monkeypox as well. So a lot of them got pox vaccine.
Yep.
Chronically underfunded. I'm telling you, like anything, just pick a thing, and then trace it back, and you'll see Reagan. No, more importantly, we owed Reagan a decent memorial. We're good people, after all. And as Berridge writes, remembrance of the dead has metamorphosed into an important form of morality. Here, it's worth thinking about another change in how we treat death, which occurred during the 20th century. Now, death was, as we mentioned, once inescapable. As late as the Victorian age, death was memorialized in lengthy mourning rituals and elaborate bedside death ceremonies. Mourning was just a natural part of living. But especially after the First World War, the West underwent a retreat from death.
What about nighttime?
He said mourning was an essential part of living. So what about nighting? Oh, come on, you should expect this shit from me by now.
I should have, but I didn't.
Happy New Year.
Thereafter, mourning became shorter, more private, and more taboo. As life expectancy soared, death became increasingly absent from most people's daily existence. The process helped along with the rise of institutionalizing the elderly and the creation of the funeral industry, which sanitized.
Yeah, which in my opinion is one of the biggest scams in life. Not the biggest scam in life.
Yeah, think about that for a second. You have to pay people to get rid of your dead loved one. Why?
Well,
they're dead.
The thing is like average everyday people don't need, to be like pristine and everything and like, get their fucking bodily fluids removed, their lungs punctured and everything. You know why that? You know why we do that, right? Like why we essentially taxidermy people?
Just so that way there's no chance of them living?
No.
Or something. I don't fucking know.
So the reason why, because it actually traces back to royalty.
Oh.
Because, when a king or a queen or princess or some other noble person would die, right? They'd be going around the country, and then people would be able to pay respects, right?
Right.
It's the same thing with why white is a white dress is associated with marriage. Again, the white dress came from royalty, because white was really hard to make and keep clean.
Mm.
Like, for me personally, when it comes down to myself, in like a funeral or whatever. Personally, I don't really give a shit. I'm gonna be dead.
Right.
I always tell people, what I want to do with my body. Either, donate it to science or cremate me. Don't need to spend a shit ton of money on a casket for me. I don't care.
True enough.
Like, so many people get mad at me when I say that. I'm like, why? If you're so, like, if it's so important for you to respect the wishes of the dead, then why aren't you going to be doing that?
Exactly. For myself, I would be like, if if I die, like if I all of a sudden pass away, say tomorrow, Lord hope not, but if I pass away tomorrow, I want my organs, any of them that still work, to be donated and used for medical, like shit. Like if I just keel over tomorrow morning, I want people that can live longer to use my, organs to live longer.
Well, yeah, that's one thing that I kind of want to happen too, right?
Well, yeah, because I feel as though, like, look, even in my dying breath, as I'm lying there losing consciousness, fading away, I still want my existence to be of some form of assistance to those that are going to precede me.
I mean, yeah, do you smoke or vape at all?
Yeah, I vape weed. I mean, I also smoke weed, but
Okay,
marijuana.
I don't think that they would accept your lungs.
Right, and that's fine. Like, I understand that. That's a choice I was willingly making from, like, consuming stuff or, like, via a vaporizer or heat, some form of inhalation.
Yeah, I don't like inhaling shit to begin with, so that's why I don't smoke pot.
Yeah, that's fair.
I either do edibles or
Drinks.
some
Yeah.
drinks. But yeah, no, I just
That makes sense.
And removed the trouble of dealing with the dying and the dead. Death vanished from mainstream life so quickly that some argued death and sex had flipped since the Victorian age. Death replacing sex as the ultimate taboo, and sex replacing death as a constant. Also, it's just weird, like death and sex is two sort of things. I don't know. I don't like that. Well, theorists have argued that the death
I never I just don't understand why sex is so taboo.
Sex is taboo because people made it taboo. They're like, oh, it's so whatever. It's
Gross.
like, oh, you shouldn't do it, and like due to certain religions, like making it more taboo and bad. It's like, oh, don't do it until you're married, and then some religions are like, well, what even is marriage? And then there's just like, well, sex is it's a pleasure thing. Oh no, it's a sacred thing. Or oh no, you can't do it until you're this or that or whatever have you.
For the most part, you're just talking about Bible thumpers, though.
I mean, keep in mind that those Bible thumpers exist in tons of other parts of the world.
Oh no, absolutely. I'm not disagreeing.
But I mean, sex is just seen as taboo because they don't want to see two people naked enjoying themselves. I don't know, man.
Usually speaking, the woman tends to get cucked on that a little bit.
Right.
So,
But
like, there isn't really that much expectations for guys.
to expect a guy to do shit, yeah, look, you've already made the mistake of expecting him to want to do anything other than sex.
Well, first things first, if you can eat pussy, you're already like a leg up.
Right. But I mean, you should realize that guys are just all self-centered, and 99% of them will not do that.
I mean, women and non-binary people do that too.
Well, true. I'm not saying that, but you know how it is.
I think a lot of it though comes down to hierarchy, more or less, because it does affect different ways, right?
Yeah.
Like it does affect men as well.
Somehow.
Like, why else do you think there's like a lot of fucking incels, right?
And that's primarily what I was talking about when it comes to, you know, getting guys to do shit.
A lot of it just comes down to like, oh, I expect sex.
Yeah, sex is great, but have you ever tried being in a loving relationship?
No. I only care about sex.
Sex doesn't care about you.
I believe in a mandated girlfriend.
Of course you do. Government mandated girlfriend, please.
That's what.
You know what I believe? I believe everyone should have a government supplied medicinal M1A1 Abrams. Medicinally, of course.
Oh, medicinal, eh?
I mean, if it were up to me, I would trade in my medicinal M1A1 Abrams for a 4-bore.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if anything, people should know that the floof has big bore energy.
Like, if anything, I'm like a lot of that also leads to like not affecting like say sex workers as well.
Yeah, like a lot of the taboos with sex, right? Like especially like to me, I think like realistically, the taboos with sex were because right, women for the longest time, even like shit to this day, they're still seen as less and lesser, like weak, unable of doing the things that men are capable of doing, or you know should or told to do. So they wanted to make their own money or find a way to like fend for themselves, essentially, right? So then they had went to giving out what men had desired, and that was sex. So they
mean-
had went and made you know the sex work. However, that wasn't regulated in any form because there was no like legislation that because women had no power in that time, right? So there's no law or
I mean, that's
legislation revolving
not
sex
even like
workers.
true to a degree though. Like, you know, when it comes to like the vision form of like say the Wild West, right?
Right.
You know, prostitutes made a lot of those towns.
Of course they did.
As well as like they were fairly respected members in their communities.
Well, I mean this in the best way possible. The prostitutes are good at what they do, and for a damn good fucking reason.
Like to me, like the whole like talking about sex stuff is just like how it's like taboos just really me.
Yeah, there have been many times where I'm just bringing up sex positions mid-conversation and people get weirded out about it.
Fuck, man.
What? I'm always like, I'm never the type of person to just be normal. I'm always like,
Bro was way too fucking horny.
Look, then you haven't met the real me, all right?
Bro needs to chill a bit.
They call me the Rizzler for a reason.
No, they don't.
They most definitely do.
People call me the fucking Riddler.
How bad can I be?
Oh God. Apparently very.
Well, of course. Yeah, but no, like, the sex worker is a very vital part of the like towns, cities, and communities that we're around
Yeah, it's
because
also
they.
it's also the oldest profession.
Well, yeah, if you do think about it, like sex as a profession and being good at it and being paid for your services, like it should be a standard at this point.
But no one will.
Well, I mean, shit, we need. I hope within the next generation or two that we get proper legislation on sex workers and that they have like proper like labor laws and shit like that.
I mean, I'd be all for that.
Well, hell yeah, man, because right, we should there should be like some form of like decriminalization on it
Well, yeah,
because
and
like
like,
even in certain like places of Canada that places
well, I mean,
uh
selling sex work isn't illegal. Purchasing it is the. Which,
that's what I meant by decriminalizing it.
and like,
Like,
the thing is like, that the way that we do it definitely has for sure. As uh, you can't just go up and uh, talk it out and everything. Like you actually have to get into the car and then discuss stuff in there, right? So you don't get caught, or
yeah.
or you have to make like some form of workaround, right?
Yeah, you have to
Like
get like some
say,
discreet location that's away from prying eyes.
well, no, I'm not even thinking that. I'm thinking of like even say say I don't know, like setting up a camera and then like doing it that way because then you would be filming porn, which isn't illegal. It's more of a freedom. It's more freedom of
Yeah,
expression than anything.
yeah.
All that. So
Well, there's a lot of like workarounds and shit that you have to do to even try and make it feasible. But like, yeah, making it legal to purchase would be a huge benefit already because that would make it so that way any sex workers that are out now would be at less risk of having their clientele being taken away because oh no, the person that bought them or their services
you,
have they're now behind bars.
and unionize the sex workers.
I mean, fuck yeah, dude.
Hey,
Unionize the sex workers. How much
that
you know what?
reminds me of a
Y-
quote,
What's the quote?
or that reminds me of something I either heard of or came up with for D&D.
Which is?
I have it in my personal Discord.
Oh, okay.
Make a cult that's just a union of warlocks against their patrons.
Oh, all right.
Like they wouldn't recognize that they're a cult, but at the same time, like they just cult because they like just
Right.
a bunch of warlocks. Oh, that's such a funny idea to
Sex workers union. What is this? What is the going rate for a hand job?
What's going rate for a hand?
Yeah, well, I think that's some serious questions that actually need legitimate answers instead of like us giggling about it.
I
But
don't know.
no, like,
I don't know.
well, I mean, right, that's something that they would need to discuss. Like, what is the going rate for one? Like, what's an acceptable price for certain services, right? Well, I mean, that's where we need insight. We need people talking about this shit,
Yeah, I mean,
discussing it.
for the most part, like what sex workers want, or general is like not to be like, again, John Oliver did a really good on it about sex work, like how dangerous it is, and like just like even like sex work would like unironically would rather get raped than like call the police because of how the police act
Yeah,
towards them.
yeah, and that's horrifying because like sex workers, they just want to, do their work and get paid for it, but just because some police workers they think like, oh, that's their job. It's like okay, but they're
Well,
not
no. On
consenting
top of
to that. No, so they're
that, it should be like a right for them to have workers on the like without being having any form of
even though that's why I was saying unionize the sex work, the
I mean,
sex workforce.
we see how cops are about unions outside of like the police union.
Well, of course, but that's where you got to fight them. We don't need police.
No, I think police should be or political power, I should say.
Truth. All right, continuing with the
Yeah,
making
we got a
fun
little
of
bit
dead
sidetracked.
people. Got too busy talking about the taboos of sex.
Just kind of divert from there.
Taboo is
Can you tell what we're passionate
constant
about?
bombardment of images of death in the media. These images are typically more about titillation and sensationalism rather than healthy reckonings with mortality. Now, philosopher Jean Baudrillard argued that death's retreat from daily life and the sequestering of the dead from the realm of the living robbed death of its pre-modern symbolism. Basically, back when people were closer to death and could mourn publicly and talk about it, death was seen less as an end and rather a point on a continuum of existence.
Yeah.
Our fear of it was, according to Baudrillard, soluble. As death retreated from mainstream life, Baudrillard argued, what cannot be symbolically exchanged becomes that which haunts us. I got a death story for everyone. I think it was like at my dad's funeral. We had this reception afterwards with,
He's
drinking, snacks,
going
things of
in,
that nature.
boys.
And his buddy, he'll never watch this, John Kelly, takes me aside. He had this like Boston accent. And he was like, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I was like, oh boy. And he was like, a lot of guys in our business, they'd go out of town. Their wife wasn't around and they would, And he was like, but your dad, never once. Never once. And I was just like, cool. Did you tell me that because you think that I thought he was? I don't know. Shouts to John Kelly. As a result, death becomes something everyone is afraid of, but has limited experience with and limited ways to talk about. At the same time, our life expectancy has just about doubled since 1800. We all have the potential to live longer than ever. As a result, death feels like it's robbing us of time we were promised. Even at 60 or 70, which would have been considered something of a mortal marathon just a few generations ago. Which is why it felt especially bad when Kissinger was rubbing shoulders at dinner parties with the elite and acting as a celebrity diplomat
I mean,
right
that's not really surprising though.
No, it's really not.
up to the 100-year mark. Now, living to 100 alone, minus all the speaking gigs at Harvard perks, is privileged treatment by the fates in and of itself. The media is very obsessed with the idea of living to 100. There's all these articles about it. Now, of course, most of us, and I'm sorry for the spoiler alert here, won't make it to 100.
Yeah,
And also,
most of us will be lucky to like.
You know what?
Because like one thing that I think that a lot of people don't recognize about Kissinger is he had access to like some of the best medical care on the planet.
Yeah, the person that extended the Vietnam War just because
Vietnam
more
War, the bombing of Cambodia and Laos, the installation of Pinochet. Tip of the
and
most
he
of
had
us
great
aren't
health care.
war criminals.
I said we don't need permissions of the family. We're allowed to show.
Kissinger to the people of Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, or Bangladesh, Chile, Argentina, Angola, South Africa. It just keeps going.
Got no soul.
which makes Kissinger's comparative luck feel especially unfair and even immoral. In an age when we're all anxious about death and unable to talk about that anxiety, and where we mostly experience death in the abstract, seeing someone as friggin' evil as Kissinger seemingly get away with it by continuing to live feels bad.
You can't keep getting away with it!
What we're really saying is, if God is real, he would have already killed Kissinger. And one way to process that bad feeling is by
Henry
posting
Kissinger
about
dead
him on
yet?
every event.
Full statement. Funny. Did Kissinger die? That's awesome.
I want to
Available
sincerely
platform.
thank everyone for
Like, honestly,
following this
Twitter,
page.
That's
or
fucking
X
awesome.
has gotten really bad since that guy took it over. But it was a really nice evening when Kissinger died. It felt like old Twitter. Everyone just getting off their jokes, saying funny stuff. It was really beautiful.
But I miss that Twitter. I miss old Twitter, man.
I miss it too, but sadly,
The
the blue
biggest-
bird has left the nest.
Yeah, now it's just letter X.
Now that's all that's left.
Stripped it down for parts. Well, no, like the main events that like happened were just popping off on Twitter was when Trump got COVID, when Kissinger died, and when all those rich people got scammed out of a bunch of money and was like put in refugee camps. What was it called?
I have no idea.
I don't
I
remember.
I heard of it, but I
You know
have
what I'm
no
talking
idea
about.
what it's called. Yeah,
I just can't remember off the top of my head what it was called.
I have no idea either.
As we saw with Reagan, obituaries and media coverage of the dead are foundational to society's collective memory, with major ideological implications. As Hume puts it, societies too have the capacity to remember and forget, and this situational relevance plays a role in determining what citizens believe collectively about their history. Collective memory was once mostly influenced by the gatekeepers of the mass media. In a pre-social media age, when everyone still mostly watched the same few news networks and read the same handful of papers, the glowing treatment of a post-mortem Ronald Reagan went mostly uncontested, allowing it to manufacture a sense of collective memory that eclipsed reality. But today, the production of collective memory has changed. According to scholar Andrew Hoskins, the archive is no longer only collected and organized and managed and walled and kept by an array of institutional memory keepers. It is also diffused through a new memory ecology. The digitally fostered values of openness have driven a culture of unbridled commentary that reveals that there is no mainstream. With access to a wider assortment of information and viewpoints than ever, we're less likely to passively accept the mainstream media's polite narrative. And indeed, some media sources seem to have correctly intuited this and then just swung the whole other way. In this climate, Kissinger seems to reflect a moral fissure point. One where, if you've done so
the funny thing about that, right, is like even like really fucking libbed up news source or media sources in the States, like say CNN or MSNBC, were like really like glad that died as well.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't be?
Like, yeah, sure, they glazed him up for a little bit, and then they went fucking through. It was awesome. It was an awesome day.
It was a day that I celebrated
put aside our
very
usual decorum, where we
profoundly.
refuse to see our own mortality reflected in the death of someone who, as a quick Google search can confirm, was truly just a fucking monster. This all makes it way harder to pull off the sort of legacy of a fallen statesman scenario we got when Reagan biffed it. And no matter how terrifying and taboo death remains for us, we're fine not treating Kissinger's with any sort of sacred reverence because he treated so many lives with hollow disregard. But maybe what matters most is that Kissinger's demise led to this glorious tweet. Shout out Liza Minnelli, you're never gonna die. So does the reaction to Kissinger's death represent a paradigm shift in how we evaluate the legacy of public figures? Or was it just an excuse to collectively rage at a pretty easy mark? Will the next bad dude's death...
I honestly think it was the latter more than anything.
It probably was.
Because everyone can universally agree that Henry Kissinger was shit.
Yep.
Like, it's not even a contest.
No. He was like a certain famous German from Second World War
He
that everyone could
was
collectively hate.
he was a German Jew who fled. Either he was born by then, or I don't remember. That his family fled Germany, right?
Mhm.
I think a lot of the Nazi indoctrination.
It got to him.
It got to.
It sunk too deep.
But like there was even like a lot of talks about like how much of it actually was like just indoctrination. How much was that kind of guy?
Mm-hmm.
Being met with parades and glowing speeches? Or are we in a new era where whitewashing an ugly legacy is impossible? Let us know what you think in the comments.
I don't
and thank
think
you
it's
as
really
always.
impossible. Whitewash an ugly legacy. I mean, they're literally trying. Like the states is literally trying to do that with slavery.
Yep.
And like we do it with residential school.
Yeah, I was about to say residential schools are.
And shit like say the high Chinese head tax.
Yeah.
This episode and others
Alright,
like it are brought to
second
you by
thought
the generous
time.
support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join our growing Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Hold on, let me get this fixed. Okay.
Wait, is that him?
Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
I haven't watched Second Thought in such.
Yeah, neither have I.
Guess he did a face reveal when I wasn't keeping up with it.
Must have.
I'm here in the heart of Dallas, literally right in the center of the city. Dealey Plaza and the JFK Memorial are right over there. Got the Dallas Symphony
What is
Orchestra
them?
playing over there. And right over there is the Perot Museum. But right here is First Baptist Dallas.
Uh-oh.
In the summertime, the church holds an event they call Freedom Sunday, a patriotic service blending piety and politics. Imagine a cross between Easter and the 4th of July, where congregants are decked out in red, white, and blue, wave American flags, cheer at indoor fireworks.
American exceptionalism at its. Like I can just smell. I can just smell what it smells like.
And worship to
can
the battle
smell
hymn
what
of the
it
Republic
smells
just
like.
as they would with
I
any
know what the
traditional
smell
hymn.
smells like.
In 2020, the
can
annual
just-
service
I can smell
climaxed
it
with
through the
Pastor Robert
screen.
Jeffress preaching to the congregation
There
a
you
sermon
go.
titled America is a Christian Nation, in which he spoke out against the idea that the Founding Fathers intended the country to be a secular nation without religious influence.
I mean, but they did. Granted, yes, the fathers shit, right?
Yeah.
Most of them own slaves. Like, that's one thing that they,
With church and state totally separate.
at least from my
That
understanding.
version of American history belongs in the same category as the story of George Washington and the cherry tree. It is an absolute myth. The truth is, America was founded primarily, not exclusively, but primarily by Orthodox Christians. And they founded this country upon the unchanging foundation of God's eternal truth. And furthermore, our founders believed that our success as a nation depended upon our faithfulness to God's eternal word. Though it is completely politically incorrect to say, the truth is this: America was founded as a Christian nation. And our success as a nation depends upon our fidelity to God's word.
Uh-oh.
Jeffress's
Yeah, what
rhetoric
was
is
God's
not
word?
unique. Services and sermons like this have been held all over the country. It's just one piece that fits into a larger narrative
Yo,
of
it's the One
evangelicalism,
Piece.
revisionist history,
Yeah.
conspiracy theories, xenophobia, and grassroots politics that's found its way into the spotlight over the last decade. This unholy marriage of religion and politics is the narrative of American Christian nationalism. That's no doubt a phrase you've seen and heard a lot of. It's an ideology that believes that the US was always intended to be a Christian nation, that it's backslidden into horrid liberal secularism, and that it desperately needs to be reclaimed by Christians and rededicated as a nation for God. And these aren't fringe beliefs either. According to the Pew Research Center, 60% of Americans believe that the founders intended the country to be a Christian nation. 45% believe that it should be one today. And of that 45%, more than half believe that the Bible should influence US law and take precedence over the will of the people. Christian nationalism is the framework that animates these ideas. It's been diagnosed as one of the key components in Donald Trump's victory in 2016. It's been cited as one of the ingredients that led to January 6th. It's no doubt going to play a big role in the 2024 election. We've got prominent Republicans self-identifying as Christian nationalist. Lauren Boebert is literally calling for the dissolution of the separation between church and state.
That is not how our founding fathers intended it, and I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
I wish Lauren Boebert would just shut up once in a while.
My biggest question is why can't they separate church from state? Like, what does your country really need your religion?
Well, no. The U.S. is separated, has separated church. What they're advocating for is advocating for integrating Christian values into the state.
Oh.
That's what they're advocating.
It's not in the Constitution, it was in a stinking letter, and it means nothing like what they say it does.
And all of this is why some are calling the movement the single biggest threat to religious freedom in the country.
And as someone who isn't religious, but who is interested in religion nonetheless, watching all this play out has been not just troubling, but curious.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat here. I'm infatuated with like religion, right? Not like that I believe in it. More or less just like a lot of the intricacies that it presents. Like I pulled so much from like my religions, like IRL religions.
Yep.
And the thing is a lot of the fundamentals will remain the same, right? But like I'll tweak like a couple things, and then like obviously not pull, and then I'll like pull some parallels too.
Yep.
And then my players are like, "Oh wow, these guys are really bad."
Yeah.
And part of the reason for that is that there's a war being waged amongst American evangelicals, a group that most people see as pretty unified. But before we get to that, what exactly is Christian nationalism? Is it just regular old conservative Christians gone nuts? Is it the tiny church at the end of your street? Well, not really. It's complicated.
Well, yeah, and like one thing that a lot of like even Christians actually used to be very progressive.
They used to be.
Before, they got involved in Reagan era politics.
Right.
They weren't even really that politically active until like at least the 60s. So they would actually go out and like fight for rights for right? But nowadays it's the complete opposite. I actually think he did a video on that.
One of the most helpful resources we consulted in understanding what Christian nationalists believe, why they believe it, and what's really going on underneath it all from a historical perspective is this book, Taking America Back for God, by sociologists Andrew Whitehead and Samuel Perry. Now, this book was published before January 6th and before the 2020 election, but even though the events referenced in the book may not be completely up to date, the conclusions that the authors draw are more relevant than ever. To study the movement, the pair drew data largely from the 2017 Baylor Religion Study conducted by Gallup. Respondents were asked to rate their level of agreement with 6 individual statements to gauge their orientation towards Christian nationalist ideas. And from those answers,
Declare the United States. Oh. Values, no. Allowed to display. Allow the display. Public space. I don't see a problem with that. But
yeah,
you can't pick and choose which religious symbols you put in public display.
right. You can't have you
It's
can't
either
say that you can put up religious symbols in public spaces and then allow, say, a Christian cross and then not allow the satanic symbols or whatever.
well, that actually reminds like this. I was actually, but in Iowa, yeah, satanic temple had put up a some form of like religious thing, right?
Right.
And a lot of Christian nationalists destroyed it and all that.
Fun.
I'm like, okay, so freedom for me, or it's freedom of religion for me, but not for thee.
Yeah, because that's equality. It's not.
Because, like, I don't care if people want to play religious symbols, public spaces. I don't care. But it's either all of it is okay or none of it is okay. For God's plan, no. Should allow prayer in public school. No. Only 2 that I actually agree with are middle 2.
The center two, yeah. Federal government should enforce strict separation of the church and state and allowing for religious symbols in public spaces.
The other 4, no. Not a chance.
Why? Yeah, no thanks.
they divided people into 4 separate categories across the spectrum: those who reject Christian nationalism outright, those who resist it, who accommodate it, and who act as an ambassador for it. Now, what they found is pretty interesting.
Like the thing that you know, I think you're national for agreeing with, right?
I don't think you're a nationalist either.
Just that, you know, you gotta recognize a lot of the I guess sometimes you gotta recognize what we're going on about, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, people are all over the place on this. It's not at all binary. There are people who are fully in support of these ideas, just as there are those who are strongly opposed to it in every respect. But most people are somewhere in the middle, agreeing with a couple points over here, but disagreeing with a couple others over there. Just as interesting and vital in understanding the movement is looking at the demographics of the respondents, because the people who make up these 4 categories are perhaps not entirely who you'd think they'd be. There's a perception that Christian nationalism is just a bunch of white conservative evangelicals, but that's not entirely.
I mean, for the most part, though, when it comes to like white Christian evangelicals, they generally tend to lean towards Christian nationalism, right? You know, I'm not saying that all of them do, but they're mostly just overrepresented.
Yeah. Like, I don't really have anything else to add to that. They're just overrepresented.
Yeah, because I've met some white evangelical Christians who are very, very progressive.
Right.
Like completely disagree with like the inherent idea of Christian nationalism and like how damaging it is.
Entirely true. In some ways, Christian nationalists do lean in the directions that you'd probably expect. Those who land in the accommodator and ambassador categories do skew older, white, Republican, they live in the Bible Belt or the Midwest, and they're less likely to be college educated. But to try to claim that's the whole picture is inaccurate. Whitehead and Perry stress this constantly throughout the book. Quote, Christian nationalism and white evangelicalism are not at all synonymous. For example, almost a third of those—
No, because at that point, you know, you're just making them into a monolith.
Yeah.
No group is a monolith.
No, and that's something I'm surprised that they make note of.
Yeah. And like, you know, when it comes to like America and like even here to a certain degree, you know, you can get 30% people to agree on anything.
30% is not that difficult of a number.
No, it's not.
in the reject column, people who do not
It
agree
also
with—
doesn't really help that North America is the dumbest continent on the planet.
True.
So, you know,
the movement at all identify as Protestant or Catholic. In fact, nearly a quarter of evangelicals overall land in the reject or resist categories. Accommodators and ambassadors skew female, while resistors and rejectors skew male. It's not exclusively white. 65% of Black Americans are either accommodators or ambassadors. It's not even exclusively Republican. Republicans are the majority, of course, but a full 1/3 of respondents who identify as Democrats wound up landing as an accommodator or an ambassador. All this to say, there's way more nuance to the makeup of those in this movement. Yes, there's overlap with conservatism, and there's overlap with evangelicalism, but Christian nationalism is not either of those things in totality. To understand it, you have to look at it as its own individual cultural framework. Within that, I think there are 3 core ideas to understand in order to grasp what Christian nationalism really is. The first is the truth that Robert Jeffress and loads of others have promoted, that America was founded as an explicitly Christian nation, that the Founding Fathers always meant it to be so, and that founding documents like the Constitution are basically just as divinely inspired as the Bible itself. Debating the accuracy of that is less what I'm interested in here. What I am interested in is what emerges from it. What stems from this worldview is the elevation of American into just as important an identity as Christian, and these two things become so tied up with one another, so intertwined, that they're inseparable. To be an American is to be a Christian, and to be a Christian is to be an American. I'm sure you've heard the phrase American exceptionalism before. Well, Christian nationalism just adds this whole other dimension to that. Now, America isn't just the greatest country on earth, no, it's the new Israel, where God will establish his kingdom. America is the city set upon a hill that Jesus proclaims in the Sermon on the Mount. In fact, multiple presidents have explicitly labeled the country as such. Americans are God's chosen people, and if you disagree, well, you're just a secular liberal out to squash religious freedom. It's a worldview that clearly doesn't have a lot of nuance to it. It's a very black and white, binary mode of thinking, one that views the world in terms of purity and corruption. America and American values are pure because they're defined by Christian values, and the rest of the world is corrupt and inferior. Quoting Whitehead and Perry, to embrace the cultural values of other nations is inherently polluting, making our society just like the societies from which refugees flee. What emerges from all this is exclusion and protectionism, us and them, superior and inferior. We'll come back to this later, but doesn't that kind of seem like it sort of clashes with the whole Jesus being the savior of the world thing? Or, gee, I don't know, the verse in Philippians that says Christian citizenship is in heaven, not earth. Or how about this verse from the book of Acts that says God shows no partiality but accepts people from all nations?
You know, there's a refrigerator magnet style phrase you may have heard of before that gets tossed around in evangelical circles. Jesus plus nothing equals everything. Well, Christian nationalism is like a warped version of that. It's Jesus plus America equals everything. But where did this come from? How did...
Yeah, except for when it comes to other forms of Christian nationalism where Christians are predominant religion. Also keep that from like Canada, Europe, whatever.
Yep.
How did
It's the
this
same
become
thing,
a
just a
thing?
different name.
Historians are agreed on this. America was not found.
Well, no, they're just changing it from America to where they live.
That's why I said same thing, different name.
I mean, yes. Right.
Founded as an explicitly Christian country. And the founders were pretty in favor of the whole separation of church and state thing. So how did these ideas become so prominent? Well, there's not really an easy answer, or one particular person or event that started all this. When you start looking into the origins, you find evidence all over the place.
Gradual thing, and I think part of it also come from like American exceptionalism, right?
Right.
And like a lot of the American exceptionalism led to Canadian exception. That right?
Yep.
Lot.
There is a lot.
Very complex.
I mean, literally, you can go back over 500 years. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued a papal bull, basically a public decree from the Pope himself, that gave Spain the divine right to discover and conquer non-Christian lands. This is what's called the Doctrine of Discovery, a handful of lines on a sheet of paper that gave Columbus and others like him the sovereign right to assume ownership over lands in the New World. Native Americans? Well, they're more like occupants, not owners. Therefore, the land was free to be both conquered and converted. So all those years ago, we can already see the melding of these ideas. This was like Christ's instruction to go out into all the lands and spread the good news, but with the added benefit of getting to claim those lands at the same time. Good news for the settlers, not so much for the locals. So hundreds of years ago, we can already see a glimmer of Christian nationalist ideas, and there have been numerous variations of this ever since, this notion that the US is God's kingdom on earth. But what's more pertinent is looking at the times and circumstances.
Of course. Like, I imagine like that. Imagine that probably exists. All those colonial, right?
Yep.
More, just more associated.
Yeah, it's association.
In American history when it really gains ground. Jump forward to the 20th century and the years following World War II, and we can see this happening pretty explicitly. This is the second core idea. Christian nationalism is rooted in cultural insecurity. So, it's the late 40s, early 50s.
Oh yes,
What's going on?
Jesus Christ, the world famous baseball player.
The yeah, and then they used after World War II Christian nationalism or a lot of the so
Yeah.
not all of them. A lot were though.
The Red Scare.
Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party?
Communism is this gigantic existential threat to humanity, to the United States, and to Christianity. Plus, you have the regulations and reforms of FDR's New Deal, thought of by industrialists as socialism creeping its way into the country.
And in response to the combination of these things, you have all these nationalistic ideas promoting faith, freedom, and American Christian identity rise up. You have the Christian Nationalist Party and the John Birch Society, both formed for the express purpose of combating communist forces who are dead set on destroying religion. You have efforts, albeit unsuccessful, to amend the Constitution to include Jesus' name and declare the United States a Christian nation. In God We Trust is adopted as the official motto of the country. Under God is added to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I never really understood the Pledge of Allegiance.
I never understood it either.
I don't even have to ask. Like,
but I just like that they have God there. It's like, ah, yes, God, as he is the ruler.
Really weird, right? Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
It
makes no sense.
It feels very cult, like. From an outsider looking.
Well, it is very cult-like. Let's not kid ourselves here.
So much of this isn't Christian in theology or even practice, but rather is a weaponizing of religion as a means of pushing back against perceived threats. As Whitehead and Perry put it, Christian nationalism.
But I mean, like, not just like whatever the dominant, like, apparently going to be weaponized.
Yep.
See it in the Middle East. We see India with
Yep.
and had state Shinto. It's not an uncommon thing.
Becomes more salient during times of societal unrest. Economic, political, or cultural upheavals cause Americans to fall back on their core identities, traditions, values, and narratives about themselves to bring order out of chaos. In some cases, as with American Christian nationalism, myths, traditions, and identities that were not originally part of the nation's core can be manufactured for the purpose of establishing order. Since the mid-20th century, such manufactured ideas have presented in ways both large and small. For instance, I'm sure you've heard about the moral majority in the 1980s. We've talked about that on the channel before. But there are smaller ways that these ideas spread. One in particular that's interesting is the homeschool movement, which really picked up steam in the 1970s. It's here that you sometimes find curricula built on pseudo-historical ideas of the country's supposed Christian identity. There's a discredited historian named David Barton whose work here is pretty key in propagating these ideas.
We do have a godly heritage in America, but we've been robbed. We have to get involved and take it back. A godly heritage is the foundation of America, and
this is like one of the main tactics they tend to use in weaponizing religion.
Yep.
That they'll say stuff along this line. Now, oh, our country was stolen by so-and-so. It's time to take it back.
Yeah. It's time to take back what was taken from us, that we stole first.
Well, that's not even necessarily the case. Like, we heard Bodhi said something similar. The rise of Imperial Japan, we saw it with Shintoism.
Yep.
Middle East, we see it with like insane psychopath. Bloodthirsty, want to murder right? Not being faithful enough, or oh, they're not told this or whatever, right?
They did a thing or something, and now I'm angry, and I'm doing stuff on a unjust reason because of my own political cause.
I mean, like, tying back into Palestine, you know, one thing that, you know, the religion branch government's, oh, it's God's will.
It's God's will for them to be brutally murdered.
God's will to commit genocide.
Apparently so.
The church must take right ground.
By the time you get to the 21st century, and the 2010s in particular, it's not too difficult to see the kinds of economic, political, and societal insecurities that have given birth to this most recent strain of the Christian nationalist virus. The financial crash, millions of people losing their homes, their jobs, their livelihoods, the birth of the gig economy, precarious work, labor rights and job benefits being stripped away, wages stagnating. All these things and more contribute to the growth of movements as varied as the Tea Party movement.
What?
One job should be enough.
I think even if it is a part-time job.
Yeah. Yeah, no, like that without a freaking shadow of a doubt. Part-time, full-time, whatever kind of work, one job should be enough.
I mean, but that opens up the whole can of worms of like minimum wage debate, labor laws, and all that. And I don't really feel like getting sidetracked onto that.
We're not. We're just stating the fact that people should be paid enough to be able to live based off of one working times income. You don't have to work 2 or 3 jobs and basically spread yourself thinner than a sheet of paper.
I mean, I also think that we should define the word work.
True.
Because our current definition of work is very narrow and rigid. I'm not saying of like a sick family member, hard work, or raising kids, or whatever, right?
Well, yeah, like I think of it this way, right? I'm not going too deep into the whole sidetracking stuff, but having kids, for example, that is work because it takes work to not only like to well for the parent to incubate said child, right? They also have to take care of said child before they're able to take care of themselves or be sent off to some form of daycare or preschool. Yeah. It's like, look, no, those parents should still be paid for their work to take care of their kid, which will then be a person in society.
I mean, that's more or less of a problem. Organize the economy as well as our concept of
A lot of stuff out of work.
Movement, Christian nationalism, or Occupy Wall Street. They're all animated by a growing discontent that's been simmering for years. Some of these movements, like Occupy, have at least something resembling a sensible class analysis. Others, like Christian nationalism, not so much, instead latching onto the most exclusionary and reactionary interpretations of a religious tradition. To them, the US is backsliding into apocalyptic Sodom and Gomorrah territory, and God requires the faithful to wage war for his glory. Again, it's all very binary, black and white, good guys versus bad guys kind of thinking.
Yeah, and like a lot of it, like, yes, some black and white, absolutely. But most of it, in my opinion.
I mean, I see green, purple, white.
That's not what
I know, I'm being funny.
Fucking guy.
Yeah, no, but like truth, like a lot of it is morally gray. Like, you can't just throw one thing under the bus and call it evil.
Yeah, I mean, like some things like are inherently good. Obviously.
Yeah,
Everyone
we've
agrees with
discussed
that.
Yeah.
But like when you get into the weeds and everything, like a lot of more like things, even things that are like inherently like good or bad, right? Even those can be like if you actually like dig into it, a lot of them can be gray, right?
Yeah, like if you look at a base situation like, oh, this person was killed, okay, that's a bad thing, a life was taken. But for the reasons that that life was taken could have been justified, or if not even for the betterment of the future, you know?
Well, like I'm against fucking people. Like
Same.
I disagree with, right?
Mhm.
But a lot of that just has to go down the way that I view things, like my own personal philosophy and everything.
Right.
But you know,
Yeah, I do.
I don't condone violence. Sometimes violence is needed.
Violence isn't the answer, it's a question.
Violence is always last. People will only get violent as a last resort. Their voice is not being. Some, yes, are more inherently violent than others.
Without a doubt.
But like the more reasonable will only engage violence as a last resort.
Yep.
You ever watch the show Lost? This
No.
kind of reminds me of that.
I haven't watched Lost.
We're the good guys, Michael.
Good guys.
Good guys.
Good guys.
Good guys.
We're the good guys. In my experience, the people who go out of their way to tell you that the good guys are the bad guys.
Yep.
True.
So, American Christians are rendered heroes, but absent a class analysis, the villains in this framework wind up ultimately looking a lot less like DC or Wall Street elites and more like immigrants and members of the LGBT community. That's because the response to cultural insecurity is to insulate. The movement's goals of restoring stability and taking America back are just as much, if not more so, about ejecting a perceived outsider as they are about instituting Christian principles at a governmental level. So, historically, who comes along and taps right into that?
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Now, in none of this am I trying to bash Christians or religious people of any flavor. Although I'm not personally religious, I'm not anti.
I love Trump.
I know you love the Oompa Loompa with tiny hands.
See?
That one large Oompa Loompa that Willy Wonka fired.
It's too big.
He wasn't Oompa or Loompa enough.
It was a jumbo wumbo.
Jumbo Wumbo building walls.
Oh no.
I can't think of anything else
Religion
that
can be
goes
a
with
wonderful
it,
thing
you
in
know.
a person's life. And weirdly, that's kind of the point that I'm leading to in all of this. Because as the data has shown, this is all actually less of a religious movement and more of a political and cultural one.
Yep.
The God of Christian nationalism isn't so much the Abrahamic God, the God is America.
Back in November of 2015, I ate dinner with one of President Trump's biggest supporters. This person explained to me that America is the last hope of Christianity. That America is the last hope of Christianity. And I thought that I simply misheard. That it could not have been what he was saying. This person was well known as a Christian leader, an apologist for the faith. It simply could not have been true. So I corrected him. He said, "You mean Christianity is the last hope of America, right?" He said, "No, America is the last hope of Christianity." That's Christian nationalism.
This is the great contradiction, the great oxymoron of the whole movement, and the last core idea that leads to understanding it. America is Christianity's savior, not the other way around. This may bear the label Christian, but it's not some new great awakening. Christian nationalists aren't even necessarily religious zealots. They're fanboys, obsessed with a product. That
They're
product
stands.
being the idea of
They were sold product bought into.
They were blinded so much they became stands. My tears gone cold, I'm wondering why now.
I hear the JoJo's playing.
Yep.
It stands.
Yeah, stands, not stands.
Yeah, I know. And they're called stands in church.
Of America itself. And actually,
Yes,
the
can't
statistics bear
stand
this
being
out.
JoJo.
One of the most insightful data points of Whitehead and Perry's
So good,
research is that commitment to Christian nationalism and commitment to genuine religious practice are often completely opposed. Americans who are more religious, who attend church more often, who pray more often, and who read their Bible more often are actually more likely to support gun control, less likely to ostracize immigrants, less likely to espouse anti-black or anti-Muslim sentiment.
Yeah, like actual Christians are like
When Christians are legitimate Christians,
yeah,
they're
genuinely
good
good people,
people.
right? You know, and like for the most part, like a lot of the Christian nationalists like only read their Bible, like go to church.
Yeah, that's what I call faux Christians. Because they're the ones that are like, I have my Bible. It's
And
like, yeah, great. Do you
yeah.
read it? I read it at church. Okay, do you read it or does your pastor? My pastor.
Just following
Ah.
along.
What about for at home? I don't lose it at home. I don't use it. You don't even listen to an audiobook version of someone reading you the Bible? There's an audiobook version of the Bible.
My
There's even a comic book version if you have trouble reading.
okay,
There's a graphic novel.
the comic book is actually pretty awesome though.
Okay. Yeah, without a doubt, comic book Jesus. Kind of cool.
Lance showed me it, and it was fucking fire.
I mean, you want to know the funniest thing about like the Christianity and whatnot? It worked its way into Marvel Comics to where Ghost Rider, someone that made basically a deal with Marvel's The Devil.
Yeah.
It basically was just like, you know what? By the power of being a superhero and genuinely good, Ghost Rider, who sold his soul, it can still go to heaven. It's like, oh, how wonderful. He sold his soul to the devil. Nope, he's doing a good thing. He's a good guy, that Ghost Rider. Hear that, kids? Even when you're a flaming spirit of vengeance with a skull on fire for a head, you can still go to heaven.
Yeah. And like, what he was describing here, those that like don't partake in that to like church the most are also like going to be outside of like Planned Parenthood, like fucking protesting, screaming at like some 16-year-old who was like raped and gotten pregnant by her fucking uncle.
Yeah, gunpoint or something.
And like another point of contention I generally tend to bring up with a lot of Christian nationalists is, like how the had slaves and like their excuse, it's Old Testament. Okay, want to play this game? You want to know what else is Old? 10 Commandments. Just cherry picking what you want to hear.
Yep.
Like I understand that tried adapting 10 Commandments and like all the major stories like the New Testament, right? But like no, the 10 Commandments were still Old Testament. Doesn't change the fact.
Yep.
Yeah, second thought.
Yeah, we're thinking second.
A lot of his opinions would like what? Yeah.
I mean, that's
And yes, are less likely to vote for
Yeah.
Trump. In fact, to quote from this article from The Atlantic, it seems clear that Christian nationalism attracts a lot of adherents who rarely go to church themselves. A PRRI survey published earlier this year.
Yeah, that's another thing, right? Well, like, just those that are LARPing.
Yeah.
Like, can't even, like, get out of bed. Church, right?
They don't get out of bed. They just put the church on in bed. They put on their favorite radio station or whatever
The
the
TV.
tune is. Yeah. They they don't go to church anymore. They bring church home, and even then they don't pay attention.
Yeah, like someone who gone to like different thing like that. Granted, like some were more lenient about like what time services started at, right?
Yep.
How like some are just like very cult like though.
Yeah, I never really went too much in terms of churches because it was always like you walk in and then you get greeted by whoever's at the door. It's like, "Hi, random stranger that I've never met before. I'm supposed to agree with the same things you agree with, even though I can tell from the way that you look and just from the shape of your face, you look like you're gonna have a lot of things to disagree with me with on."
Which video
Say,
about
look.
authoritarian?
Fair.
Not sure. I mean, like, the one Baptist kind of, yeah, cult like.
Yeah.
I know people who went to that. Said it's just like almost like cult.
Right.
Like they wanted like 10% of your income, for example. It was very frowned upon if you did.
Yeah, did you know that there are certain employers in like certain cities that will even have a designated like church donation slot on the application?
No, but to
Yeah.
me that seems like discrimination, honestly.
No, no, it's not. It's true. There are specific cities and towns that have jobs like employers with mandatory churches that you have to donate your earnings to.
Yeah, it'd be like that.
Oh yeah, no, if you don't do that, you don't get the job. So
It's good. I guess it's good for those who want to do it.
yeah, no, sorry, I ain't gonna be working at a place that's gonna give 10% of my earnings to some rando church.
Yeah. Don't even go to. Why should they get my money?
Exactly.
Stu.
I only went to church because my parentals were like, "You need a religion." I'm like, "What about freedom? What about myself? I am my own religion. Fuck off." And that's where the floof exists.
And I think,
Born.
if I'm not mistaken, advocates for like more like
Owning of oneself.
communist values, religion. I don't remember what
The
it's called
ownership
off.
of
It's essentially
self.
boils down to like being fucking normal. For people.
The church of self-ownership and caring for those that care about you.
Yeah.
If I were ever to start my own religion or have a church of some kind, there would be a giant basement with beds. Be like, look, if you don't have a place to stay or call home, the church is your home.
The orgy beds.
No, no, that's what the second basement's for.
I mean, it sounds like you're just describing a cult.
No, the cult level's what the third basement's for. Come on. You should
Oh,
know
I'm
that to get
sorry.
past Yeah, first you have to get past the wholesome, and then you get past the naughty to where people repent their sins, and then you go to where people embrace their sins.
That's where all the orgies happen, right?
Yes. Yes.
They're trying to be apologetic towards totalitarian nations as they call themselves, making the left look. I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, I do agree with that. But at the same time, you know, we gotta ask ourselves why they tend to go down that path. And usually, when you trace it back from a lot of what happens down to it, it tends to be more of like some form of preservation from foreign adversaries, like say the U.S. for example, and other Western countries like say Britain, Canada, France, you know, etc. Because like, you know, whenever there tends to be like some form of like a social movement that inherently very left wing, you know, the US doesn't really like that. So they'll usually tend to squash it, regardless of if it was like introduced
Positive or negative.
authoritarianly or democratically, right?
Yep. They do that quite a bit just because they don't want change in their system.
But like even to a certain degree, I don't think that's just like an inherent thing towards like more like quote unquote socialist or communist nations. I think also a thing with more capitalist as well.
Yep.
In fact, I think if anything, it's more predominant in those nations.
Yeah, that's very true.
Anyways, got sidetracked about talking about.
It wasn't my fault that you wanted to delve deeper into the worlds of the floof in his church. All right.
Call it a church. Call it a cult.
I was gonna stop at giving the homeless or those that don't have a place to stay and call home. But no, you made it weird.
Yeah, and then you invite them. You invite the hot ones down to your sex dungeon, right? And weird.
Look, you're the one that's making it weird. I said nothing of the sort for sex dungeons before you had even brought the idea to my attention.
Showed that only 54% of Christian nationalists and just 42% of those who are sympathizers with the
rewind the
ideology
stream a little
attend
bit, you'll
church
see that it
regularly.
was Grow that brought it in.
No, I don't know what you're talking.
Oh yeah, play dumb, will you?
I will. I'm a himbo.
I mean, you don't have to play dumb to be that.
Time and again, Whitehead and Perry write, where Christian nationalism zigs, religious practice zags. Now, clearly there are still a lot of religious zealots in the movement, but to me, this is kind of the punchline in all of this. If the research here is correct, Christian nationalism isn't very Christian. This isn't about spreading the good news, it's about gaining political power, and it's doing so by hijacking the Christian label.
Yeah, and like I've even seen this like firsthand. Right? I've seen it within the church.
Right.
And like part of that, like one aspect of why I did, because of I was able to recognize that, right, amongst a whole different I left.
Yeah.
And you know what the most demonstrative image of all that is, that sums it all up? It's Donald Trump in 2016 standing in front of a crowd, holding up a Bible and acting as though it's the most precious thing in the world to him. And then opening it up and mispronouncing the name of the book he's reading from.
2 Corinthians, right? 2 Corinthians 3:17. That's the whole ball game. Where the Spirit of the Lord, right? Where the Spirit of the Lord.
Now, you remember how I mentioned earlier that there's a war being waged.
Remember when he removed a bunch of protesters, photo op in front of a church, upside down backwards Bible? You remember that?
I remember the removal of the protesters. I didn't remember that he had an upside down backwards Bible
In front of a
or Bible. Sorry.
in front of a church that the church didn't even want him there.
Well, who would want that? That Wumba Lumba that we
Jumbo Wumbo.
yeah, the Jumbo Wumba that we have earlier.
I mean, you get to look at the Trump pussy. Complaining
Yeah.
about.
Look, the people of the church do not like Trump pussy.
Think it's shameful.
They think it's satanic.
To a certain degree, they're not wrong.
True.
Amongst American evangelicals over all this?
Leave it there.
Well, there's been quite a lot of activity from a lot of folks in that arena, writing and speaking out against Christian nationalism. Big conservative evangelical names.
Poland, where the Christian nationalists very common have experienced. I mean, yeah, no. It's definitely a very predominant problem within in the West, absolutely. I live in Canada here, and I live in the most conservative riding in the country, and I see it like all the time too.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to miss over here in Canada. So,
I mean, even in the States.
right. But I mean, like, just with Christian nationalism, it's kind of hard to miss.
Well, especially in like the more like rural conservative areas.
Yeah, the places that have all the lower/middle class.
Like, I'm not saying that ever.
Well,
I've
no, that,
met
yeah.
plenty of good.
Well, yeah, and we even talked about like the good Christians earlier.
But like I
So,
said, that's more of like faith. Every culture does that too.
yep.
I brought up like Islamic Jihad, Bodhi with Buddha, Imperial Japan with state Shintoism. It's not a new thing.
No.
Names like Russell Moore, Timothy Keller, and writers at sites like the Gospel Coalition. And so to end all of this, I wanted to talk with someone to give us more of an on-the-ground approach.
Oh no, he's using apps.
AJ, hey man, how you doing?
I mean, that's how he doesn't
Pretty
get
good,
a
how are y'all?
virus
Good,
in
we're
his
just
main
getting
computer.
What?
Look, he's using Apple because he doesn't want to get any sort of malware in his proper PC. That's why he showed himself setting up the Apple. And look, he only brings it out when he needs to, not because it's his main PC.
Probably making kind of jelly.
A little bit. I want those hexagons.
A few more things set up here. So I got connected with AJ Shortley, a preacher from Atlanta who also runs a new channel here on YouTube called The Holy Shift Show. And I think his perspective on all of this, and on how Christian nationalism perverts Christianity, is really valuable.
The language of the gospel itself, where it talks about the good news of the Son of God.
How the way that they heard was death at the same time. That's how it. I mean, yeah, like to a certain degree, that happens here too, right? Like, in theory, like I should be like biggest boogeyman that exists to them, right? But like once, I'm able to like start a conversation with some of them, they recognize that maybe their beliefs aren't necessarily always correct, as well as yeah, oh, the propaganda that they were fed weren't probably was probably wrong.
Right.
All you really need to know about me is best way.
You're a great conversationalist.
Next cutting. Could also be that I'm just getting.
Yeah, it is. What's this at? 240? Shit. Yeah, it is.
Thought it is.
Yeah, we've been going for a while. Let's finish this up, I guess.
Guess we'll get to the bloodborne and femininity other time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I would definitely say you're a great conversationalist.
Well, I just know, but like I to a certain degree, I do have like a natural.
Look, all I'm gonna say is you rolled a nat 20 on your charisma at birth.
Oh, my charisma checks are nat 20.
Not all your charisma checks. If all of them were a nat 20, you would already have a girlfriend and probably a house by now.
No, that's not true.
Hey, charisma is magic. All right, I would know.
Yeah,
I'm the bard.
Known as the slut stat.
It's the stat I'm most proficient in.
God, I really want to play some more.
Oh yeah, I'm hoping that next Saturday we should be able to.
I think we should be. Lance and Connor should.
I'm really sad that the last stream of Baldur's Gate we had, it was just more Squarm hate and some progression with like Underdark stuff.
I mean, obvious.
Why does everyone hate Squarm?
So ugly.
Look, I may be ugly on the outside, but it's the inside that matters.
Oh, the inside isn't much better.
That's unfortunate. It is tight though, so no wonder it's hard to get into.
Hit one game here.
Yeah.
Seen that.
I mean, look, if there's one award that I'm sad that the Game Awards hasn't seen as a real game award, is the Can You Pet the Dog award. Look, if you can pet the dog, 10 out of 10, best game of the year. If you cannot pet the dog like in Mario Odyssey, trash, throw it away, burn it at the stake, don't even bother with it anymore.
Worst game.
Can't pet the dog. I'm kidding, by the way. I think Mario Odyssey is a great game.
I think serviceable, yeah.
Moving on with the Holy Shift show.
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Actually, is riffing on some of the language that the Empire used to use for the Emperor. So when a new Emperor was born, it would make a proclamation to the Mediterranean world that the good news.
I actually think another really good comparison for some Christian national stuff, Star Wars. Oddly enough,
I see that.
Like I know you can like fascism changeably for the Empire, right? Like you can also do really any form of nationalism.
Yeah.
That I think's so much better.
I wouldn't know or have an opinion on whether or not the trekking of the stars or the wars on the stars are better or worse.
Oh, Star Trek is so much. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Star Wars too. I think for me, Trek just edges it.
I want my favorite is Spaceballs.
Based.
The Son of God has been born, this emperor, Augustus or Caesar or whatever. And so when the gospel starts using that language, it's saying that, okay, the center of the empire, imperial power is not your savior. And salvation actually comes from the margins. For God to say that the Savior is born in Nazareth, which was on the margin of Israel, and Israel itself was on the margin of the Roman Empire, is to say that imperial power and the central power is not the place where salvation and wholeness and healing and freedom is going to come from. It's just not going to come from the centers of power.
How has it been engaging with your congregation on these topics? Have they been open to having their opinions changed? Are they aware that some of these beliefs they hold may be in contradiction to the Bible? Have you met any resistance there?
In my experience, which of course is limited, social location can have a pretty significant factor on how open someone is to criticizing American structures. And so if you're studying scripture and analyzing, what America looks like from a biblical perspective, if people find themselves in a socially and economically marginalized place in life, they tend to be less resistant to critiquing America, for obvious reasons, I think. Those who find themselves in more central places socially and economically in American life are much more resistant to offering critiques of America because they would then be critiquing the status quo, which they're benefiting from. So there's some incentive there to not critique America or structures in that way. So it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. Sometimes people get really defensive and don't want to hear anything about the critique of America in any way whatsoever. To critique America would be to critique the gospel itself. But even those who are central, even those who are more central socially and economically in the culture, they're still willing to grapple with it and think about how America could do better and all this stuff. But typically what I've seen is that even no matter how much critique someone is willing to give of American structures, if the narrative starts shifting towards people who are experiencing financial hardship are not experiencing it because they have made some sort of huge mistake or have made some sort of huge failure, but it's more of a structural reason that people experience financial hardship, that's sort of like an off limits way to look at things.
Is there a particular passage you would point to from the Bible to help a congregant understand that maybe some of these beliefs that they hold within Christian nationalism are opposed to the teachings of the Bible?
So specifically with Christian nationalism, Acts 15 is about as explicit as it gets. Acts 15 is a part of the story where the early church had been spreading, and a lot of non-Jewish people had been coming to the faith.
And I also think, in one of the stories surrounding Jesus, it's one where like a church was accepting money, right?
Right.
And in Jesus's eyes, it was viewed as a not what's the word? Like essentially money off of spreading the word.
Oh, right. They were trying to profit off of it.
And like it as illegitimate, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were prioritizing
wealth,
money, right?
Yep.
I mean, everyone knows this quote of like it's easier for an eye or for a camel to pass the eye of a needle, a rich man to get into heaven, right? And like,
right.
I find it kind of funny how like a lot of churches nowadays, just in general, tend to more or less expect to give like some form of donation, right?
Yeah, they're just expecting it, even though it's not required.
Yeah. Well, you know, in the eyes of the Lord, it would be considered an illegitimate church, right? It's one thing that's kind of confusing for me.
In Jesus as the Messiah. And so the early church generated this question, okay, well, what do we do with all these non-Jewish people flowing into the faith? Are we saying that they're automatically a part of our community of God now? Or are we saying that they need to also adopt Jewish custom and law for themselves in order to consider themselves part of us, you know, part of the community? And the very, very clear answer that Acts 15 gives is that no, Gentiles do not need to become Jewish in order to be reconciled with God. And that, I think, touches on the heart of Christian nationalism, because no one needs to be American to be reconciled with God. No one needs to be American or some version of
Yeah, I
American.
mean, like, it's just arbitrary, right?
Well, I mean, it also goes against the whole God is good thing. You know, he accepts all of those into his kingdom. Oh, no, except if you're not American. Ah, okay, so you only accept, like, what, 1% of the population? Understood.
Yeah.
American or some version of anything at all, anywhere, period, to be considered as loved and reconciled to God. Because that's just not the message of Scripture. The message of Scripture is that God's love is absolutely universal and given to all people without any preconditions whatsoever. And it's an invitation to participate in relationship with God and God's love in bringing healing and goodness and life and mutuality and support and love to the world. It's not about being in the right, you know, in group by any stretch of the imagination. There's a little story in Galatians 2 where Peter, who was a disciple of Jesus, and this is after Acts 15 in the Jerusalem Council, where Peter used to eat with Gentiles in Antioch, which was to the north, and he didn't have any problems with it. But sometimes some representatives from the church in Jerusalem, who were obviously, you know, Jewish believers in Jesus as a Messiah, would come to Antioch to check on things and, you know, fellowship probably and just stay connected in different ways. And one time when Paul and Peter are there, Peter got up from the table that he was sitting at with Gentiles and sharing a meal with them because some representatives from the church in Jerusalem arrived. And he gets up and leaves because he doesn't want those the Jewish believers to see him eating with Gentiles. And Paul absolutely loses his mind over this. And actually, he says that Peter's action in doing that calls into question the very truth of the gospel itself. And so in places like that and in places all over the place in Paul, you can see that the center of the gospel is kind of this overcoming superiority complexes, where we're not looking down on others, that we are all equally loved and invited by God to participate in the fullness of life, which is connection to God and connection to others. And that in my mind is very much against what Christian nationalism teaches and thinks.
That is a perfect answer, I think. And I think that's actually a great spot to end the episode. So AJ, thanks for coming on. We really appreciate having you here.
Thank you all.
We'll see ya.
See you.
Goodbye, AJ.
I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that videos like these are made possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon. Now that Second Thought is a fully independent operation again, Patreon is the single best way you can support the work we're doing here. We actually just moved into a new little office space, which you saw some of in today's video. It's been really cool to start building it out into a proper studio for all our projects. But it's also another expense we have to manage. We're a small team, we don't have industry backing, and we only have one reliable sponsor now because we're serious about only collaborating with people we think are doing good work. If you'd like to help keep this channel afloat and get some great perks while you're at it, consider becoming a patron on Patreon. Every patron, regardless of donation amount, gets early access to every video, plus access to our patrons-only Discord. It's a really great place to hang out. We've got everything from a recommended reading list, to a book club, to a dedicated role for educated users who are willing to answer any question you could ever think to ask about socialism. Anyway, we enjoy being independent, but it's also a little nerve-wracking. So if you like what we're doing here and you're able to chip in even $1 a month, we would greatly appreciate your support. You can join the Discord, get early access, and support principled socialist content by visiting patreon.com/.
All right.
Good stuff.
Just it then.
That we shall. That we shall.
I didn't realize what time it got to.
Yeah, I know. We've been going for a hot second.
Not surprising though.
No, knowing us. Nah, not a big surprise at all. I hope all y'all enjoy.
Yeah, it doesn't help me with me with fucking ADHD brain.
I mean, it didn't help that I kind of went with some of your rants and off cue.
I mean, I get sidetracked very easily though.
I mean, I'm not surprised, and frankly, it does make for a more interesting time. I'd say so, anyways.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're talking about a big topic, right? And then you get into some, smaller topic within said large topic, and then you can really go into detail there. So then you get passionate about, like, one part of that big topic, and then they bring that big topic back, and then we get into another small thing of this big topic, and then there's another 15 minutes gone there, bringing it back, going back again, just
I mean,
really exploring these big topics, kind of to a small, in-depth degree, just to give tastes of what things are, or just some explanation of how it's become.
I mean, there's a word for that. It's called stun locks.
Great.
Yeah, I know. I get stun locked easily, and I get very I get sidetracked very easily. I should probably go and get looked at. Maybe, like, chances are I probably do have ADHD, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, without a doubt.
No shot, I don't.
Like, without a doubt, you don't.
I probably have some form of autism too.
I
Because
mean,
usually when you have one, you probably have the other two.
with having ADHD, you have a higher chance of having autism, but it's not a guarantee. And even then, right, autism's a spectrum, so there's, many varying severities of autism.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I might even be on the autism spectrum slightly, like on the lower end, like just due to some, like, very minute and very small things that I do that, like, autistic people, like, have been known to do. Yeah, like on the lot like heavier side of it, right? So they're doing it more frequently or whatnot. So
I mean, my mom thinks I have some form of autism.
I mean, I think you might as well, but then again, I haven't really spent, in a sense, I haven't spent as much time in one sitting with you as I'd need to get an accurate representation of if you would or not. But no, I know ADHD is something you definitely do have.
What are you talking about, bro? Yesterday alone we fucking spent like what? What was? When did the call?
The call ended like 6.5 to 7 hours.
It was 8 hours yesterday.
Oh shit! Fuck.
If that isn't enough for you, I don't know what is.
I meant to say in person.
Oh.
Yeah, because like a lot of information gained is being there in person with them, right? Seeing like their movements, body type. Well, not body type, but like body movements and how they react. And if they just like sitting position or whatnot, just because they hear something, so they might want to sit differently to be an active listener.
Right.
Yeah, no. 8 hours is definitely long enough to get some idea.
Yeah. Like I would still want to go to a professional for it.
I mean, I
So
need
I can get an
to.
official diagnosis.
Yeah, I mean, I got officially diagnosed when I was young, having ADD before that was lumped in. So, yeah.
I mean, like,
But I mean,
the thing is I very well have autism, right? Because like I've always had a problem with like bright lights and like loud sounds and everything like that, right?
true.
Like I had to get, like, when I was a kid, I had to get an MRI for it, and the doctor said everything looked fine.
Right.
So that's why like that's one reason on why I think I could have some, right?
Yeah.
Because generally speaking, people with tend to like loud sounds or bright lights. That right?
That's very true.
I really like them. Like just for my fucking webcam, like it's driving me nuts.
I believe that.
Anyways, I'm gonna end streaming.
Do so.
Might finish up some more of it tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan.
You gonna join tomorrow?
I would hope to be able to, but I'm not entirely sure.
Well, I can message you then.
Right.
Anyways, see y'all later.